Evening, everyone, and people trickle in here.
Max, can you see the rubber duckies behind me?
Very nice.
I have more actually, but
When we were all in person for cohort 1, I gave them away as prizes. I
awesome.
play a game called DNS Bingo, which is all of these acronyms that we go over. But the postage costs more than the ducks to mail them to everyone.
Oh yeah, I got more where those came from, but I thought if they're not paying tuition, but if they can listen in,
Not a problem. We'll make an exception.
I think they'll behave. All right, thank you.
Looks like we almost have everybody. Give it one more minute and then we will kick off. One thing I noticed is my camera frame is right at the beginning of the night, and by the end of the evening, I've made it down to about here.
So I'm doing the almost double screen thing. I'm doing the Zoom on my Toshiba because this monitor's bigger and everything else I'm doing on the Mac Pro, and that way I don't have to try and find stuff and switch stuff.
Tonight will be the important night for that because we are installing a long list of things tonight.
Excellent. All right. We had some Wi-Fi issues, but my husband was able to be a network guy, even though he's not, and he figured it out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here, I think. Life.
Awesome. Well, it looks like we've got a good crowd.
Max, what are some things that we're downloading? Because I still don't have access to my MacBook. I am working on my personal MacBook, but I don't have that much free storage.
Nothing should be too big.
Okay.
If you want to hold off on doing all of these installs until you have your MacBook set up, that's probably not a terrible idea.
Okay, because I don't have, I tried to run through the, I don't know, Jesse sent me a couple links and I did all of those to try and reset it, but it's still giving me a little bit of issues. So I went ahead and set up a appointment with Apple tech support, but that's not until next Tuesday.
Okay. Is it just an issue with the password and getting into the computer?
No, I can get into the computer, but it's like really slow. Like it buffers and it doesn't work. And then like I can't even create like an Apple ID, and it doesn't give me like user controls to download anything. It's kind of weird.
Okay. If you
But I do have access to like my personal.
okay. Yeah, all the things we're installing are like turning your computer into more of a dev workstation. So if you want to try and install the tools, none of the tools should be too huge.
Okay.
But it's up to you whether you want to do that on your
I'll
personal.
probably go ahead and do it anyways, because after we give the loaner computers back, that'll probably be the main source that I'll be using anyways.
Probably a good thinking there.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
No problem. So let me get us live on YouTube here, and then we will get started. All right, so let's talk about what we did yesterday. Does anyone want to kick us off on what we talked about yesterday?
We talked about some of the different languages, frameworks, I just said languages and frameworks. I'll start with that. It's good.
Awesome. What else? Does anyone want to take a stab at what they think a stack is?
Oh, it is front end, back end components of website.
Yeah.
I
Developers.
think a stack is like HTML, CSS, React, and front end and back end, right?
Yep. So for the stack that we are teaching, we are covering HTML, CSS, and then we'll be getting into React in the front end. React uses JavaScript. And then in the back end, we'll be teaching a JavaScript stack as well. So that's Node, Express, and then we'll be using a package called Sequelize, which is what we'll be using to connect to the database. And we'll be using Postgres as the database. So important to keep in mind that there are lots of different stacks out there. There will be people who use React with Ruby on Rails with a Mongo database. There will be people who use Angular with Django and Microsoft database, Microsoft SQL database. So stacks are mix and match for the most part. And it also depends on what kind of stack you're talking about, right? So you can have a website stack or a web app stack, but you could also have a mobile stack as well. So a mobile app still probably needs a database. It still probably needs a backend server, but it may swap out React and HTML and CSS on the front end for Objective-C, which is what iPhone apps are made in, or Swift, which is the newer language, and Java, which is what Android apps are used to build in. So all different kinds of stacks, mix and match. I didn't have a chance yet to go through and label the rest of that spreadsheet, but I will. And I will also take the cohort 1 spreadsheet and copy and paste that in just in case there are other languages that pop up. I have had a couple students come back to me and say that spreadsheet really helped me 6 months later. Someone was talking about it. I Googled it. I still didn't understand what it is, and you had it on the list. So that's a good resource to keep in your back pocket. So in tradition of stand-up, yesterday was all about stacks and good summary on that. Thank you, guys. Today is install day and getting down to coding. I am going to do a quick diagram of how the internet works, specifically what happens behind the scenes when you go to google.com. What's it take to actually get search results? How do these servers work? What's the database? All of that kind of stuff. And that's going to be kind of at a high level. It's not going to be this is specifically how you do it in JavaScript, but more of a general picture of like, what are we building here? How does that all come together? From there, we are going to, sorry, I'm cheating. I sent Dana a list. We're going to go over some command line basics. So the command line is something that most people are afraid of. I actually took my computer into the Apple store like 5 years ago, and I was having some trouble, and I opened it up and my terminal was up. And they said, oh, you shouldn't be in there unless you really know what you're doing. You can really screw up your computer in there. And you know what? They weren't wrong. You can screw up your computer in there, but it is not like you're going to open it up and sneeze too hard and all of a sudden your computer is going to go up in flames. So we're going to go over the terminal. The terminal or command line, lots of different names for it, is kind of what gives you power as a developer. It's what lets you hook into things that might not have a UI built for them, a user interface built for them. So we're going to take a break after that. And then we are going to go through a very long list of installing programs. And we're just going to take a 30-minute break and have you guys go at installing them after a couple tips. Some of them you'll install through the command line. Some of them you'll install by dragging applications into your apps folder. And other ones you'll install with a wizard. So we're going to go through all of those. And then we are going to end the night with a programming tradition of creating Hello World. Hello World is the computer science gods come down and smite you if you do not make Hello World your first application. So we don't want to anger anyone there. So we'll be doing a Hello World, and we're actually going to get to touching some code today. So I hopefully will be talking a little less tonight. And Dana and I are probably going to be running around for the second half of class, helping people get things installed or get over errors. You guys can all curse me because Dana and Jesse were all ready to set this up and get your computers installed for you and get everything ready to go. And I said, let's do that together as a class. The reasoning behind that is because getting your dev environment set up is a rite of passage, and a rite of passage that you have to go through every couple of years whenever you get a new computer. There are a ton of things to install. It is not an easy process, but the reason why I wanted you guys to go through it is when you end up at a new company, they normally hand you a computer and say, let us know in 2 or 3 days when you're all set up. Because sometimes it takes that long to get into all of these systems, get everything installed, get everything working together. So we're going to go through that together. I'm not going to go through it step by step because a lot of it is repetitive. But I'm going to give you a list. I'm going to show you a couple of tips and tricks, and then we're actually going to let you guys share your screen tonight if you get stuck somewhere, and we're going to work together through it. With all of that said, in keeping with class tradition, I'd like to open the floor up to any questions, anything you've seen in the news, anything that you wanted reviewed from yesterday.
I'm not seeing anyone with their hand up. Kyle has a question. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi. I just was curious, just from installing Zoom and Discord and all these other programs, I noticed there was a version, you had to click whether you have an Intel Mac or the Silicon chip. And I was just curious, like what they had done to, whether they optimized these programs specifically for the chip. Is it just run faster? Or I was just curious why that was different.
Great question, and one that I actually asked Jesse today before putting together the install list. I went, by the way, what kind of computers did we send to everyone? So to give you a little background, because this is actually a pretty big thing that Apple just did. And Apple has done this before. About 15-ish years ago, Apple announced that they were leaving IBM and the PowerPC platform and moving everyone over to Intel. And Intel was known at the time for being the industry leader in chips. They were known for making super fast desktops. And it was a big deal because programs that were written for the Mac, developers had to completely rewrite them almost in a different language in order for them to run on Intel chips as well. So in order to save developers, Apple came out with this thing called Rosetta, named after the Rosetta Stone, for converting some programs that ran on PowerPC over to Intel. Well, fast forward 15 years, and they're doing it all over again. Every iPhone except the original iPhone has run on a chip type called ARM. And it is a chip architecture that worked really well for mobile devices because it didn't use a ton of power. However, at the time, wasn't really powerful enough to consider switching a laptop over to. Well, past 5 years by, and all of a sudden, Apple's designing their own version of the ARM chips. They're not using someone else's design. And another couple years go by, and they start putting it in all their iPads. And then another couple years go by, and Apple starts going, our chips and our iPads are getting faster than the Intel chips we're buying to put into our computers. So it is a massive undertaking to rewrite an operating system to run on a different chipset. And then on top of that, every application would have to be switched over as well, unless they had something like Rosetta. So Apple came out with Rosetta 2, which was meant to take apps that are compatible with Intel and move them over to, it's called the M1 chip, or the Apple chipset, or Apple Silicon, all different names for the same thing at the moment. And so those apps get all rewritten over time to be more optimized for that chip in particular. So Zoom, for example, one of the most advanced things Zoom can do is this virtual background behind me, right? It is doing all kinds of computations to figure out what is moving in the background, what is staying still, what's bad lighting, what's good lighting, all of that kind of stuff. Well, that is optimized for your processor. So your processor is doing a lot of that heavy lifting and doing a lot of the math in a way that is easier for the processor to do than it is for the developer to do. Well, now that Apple's coming out with this chipset, and they give everyone like a 6 months, 9 months heads up, the developers can go in and optimize at the processor level to make that app perform better. And so what you'll find is when you're installing apps tonight, I noticed this on Zoom. I don't think any other ones do it at the moment, but there will be a link to download it for Apple Silicon. And so that is that's a little bit about Apple Silicon. It's not like your Macs. I bet you guys have not found any applications that don't work with it, because Rosetta works so well under the hood that you would have no idea whether it was an Apple optimized app yet or not. But the benefit of that is that iPhone and iPad apps can now run on the Mac because they are using the same processor type. Latanya, to answer your question, that is a hardware engineer. There are specific engineers for hardware, and then they can further specialize into processors and memory and RAM and all kinds of different stuff. But hardware engineers tend to be a whole different field, a whole different degree of study at colleges. It is a lot. It is funny because the way they write code is completely different than the way most developers write code. They're writing code at the very lowest level, talking about how these transistors that are only a couple millimeters wide are processing code and using electricity and doing all of that kind of stuff. So I know next to nothing about hardware engineering. I've had an opportunity to talk to a hardware engineer and kind of see what their code looks like. And it is like a foreign language, which is funny to me because I program in all kinds of different languages, and hardware is like on another planet. But it's a super interesting career path for sure.
So Max, I have a question. So what you were just describing, just to summarize, is that the Rosetta chip, or is it M1? Like if I were doing a search to get more information, what keywords should I be using?
Yeah, so M1, the Apple M1 Silicon is the name of the processor. What makes it kind of unique is that it is one of the first mass-produced computer processors that has the RAM integrated into the CPU. So
Oh.
normally when you bought a computer in the past, right, you saw your CPU and it was measured in gigahertz, and you could upgrade different cores and different processing speeds. And then you always had your RAM with the computer as well, right? Oh, I want 8 gig of RAM or 16 gig of RAM. Apple, for the first time in a mass-produced computer, merged that together, and the processor has access to the RAM literally on the same microchip. And so that is one way it is getting massive speed improvements, is because it has access to the RAM so tightly integrated to it. Carolyn, to your point, machine language, I'm not going to say something that I don't know too much about, but yes, that level of all of our code compiles down to something that is called machine code, so the processor can go take it and use it and give us a result. So there are two different things that a hardware engineer or a software-focused hardware engineer may be looking at. One which would be the firmware for the hardware. So the firmware is what allows the hardware to talk to aspects of the software. In Windows world, that is also considered a driver, right? What is that bridge kind of between the code we can write and it actually happening on some hardware? The other thing is that link between Intel and silicon chips, that Rosetta program, and that is much more on the software side. That is more on the, how can we make sure that things we're running on Intel will also run on this newer chip? So that on the spectrum of software to hardware, Rosetta would lean more on the software side. But it is a massive undertaking to do it. And it's why Apple has said it's going to take them a couple years to get all the hardware over. And then from there, it will take a couple years to get all the software over as well. Any other questions? Okay. We're going to dive into how the internet works. And so at this time, you guys all get to laugh at how terrible my handwriting is and how I think that I can get away with drawing things and probably can't. So we're going to try using my iPad to draw all of this out, because this is something that I think you just need a diagram for. And I personally am not a fan of slides animating in with little pictures, right? Sometimes it helps to draw it out. And I know some people learn a lot better visually than audibly. So let's draw. Here you are, right? And you go, I want to go to google.com. Everyone see the screen all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is on your computer, and your computer says, what is google.com? I don't understand google.com. I only understand an IP address. So what your computer is going to do is it's going to go out to something called a DNS server. DNS stands for domain name system. And the DNS's job is like a giant phone book. It only has two pieces of information in it: what the domain is and what that IP address matches to. So the DNS server is going to send back to your computer, hey, google.com is equal to 1.2.3.4. And so your computer goes, great, I now have an IP address. I can go onto the internet and say, go get me 1.2.3.4 and tell me what it sends back. So it's going to go out and it is going to go to Google World. And Google is going to have a web server. And on that web server, it's going to have a bunch of little files. And one of those files is going to be a special file called index.html. And that index file is special because whenever you go to a domain that doesn't have / something 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 after it, it's going to go and grab the index file and send that back. So that file gets sent back to your computer. But that file may have something in it that looks like an image tag. It may have some CSS styling in it. And it may even have some JavaScript. So what your computer is going to do is it's going to go through here line by line by line and go, oh, CSS, I need to go learn that, load that file. So it's going to go back out. It's going to grab the CSS and it's going to send it back to your computer. And then it's going to go, oh, you have an image in here. Let me go send that back to your computer as well. And so all of a sudden, things start popping in on your computer, and it is up to your browser to render all of that out, right? So it goes line by line. It goes, oh, I understand what this line means. There's some text. I'm going to go show that text. Okay, there's an image. I need to go out. I need to go back to the web server. I need to get that image. That's great. But now, you've got Google, you've got a text box, and you click on the Google search button. Well, what that's going to do is it's likely going to go into some JavaScript, and it's going to go, all right, what happens when they click that button? What do we do? And what it's going to say is we need to make an API call. We need to go back out to Google and say the search that I'm looking for is for cat images, right? And so what you do is you make a special request back to Google, and it's going to be a post request. Can anyone guess what that first request type would be to Google?
To show information?
To show information. It's not necessarily called that, but it's along those lines. It's called a GET request, right? I just want to get it. Mel, good job there. So what we're doing is we're posting, which means we're sending some information to Google. And what we're sending is cat images. So what Google is going to do is it's going to look on the web server and go, oh, we need more than just, we're not just serving some files here. We need to go to our API. So there will be another API server who processes that text for cat images and goes, cat images, well, we've got to go to our database for that. So the database the API is going to send some SQL, some structured query language to the database, and the database is going to process that SQL and send back your results. So now that comes back from the API and goes, oh, we're going to send this all the way back to your computer, and we're going to send it as JSON. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And so that JSON is just a structured way for your computer to go through, process those images, and it's going to get a whole list of images. And now all of a sudden, we need to, once that JSON is parsed by your browser, we need to go back to the web server and get all those images. So I know this has become a crazy mess, but that is how the internet works, is you are making hundreds of requests, depending on the website, to get all of this information. And so then every time that you go type in google.com, your computer is actually going to look in something called a cache, C-A-C-H-E. And that cache is basically just a lookup table that says, I already know what google.com is, because I already went out to the DNS server a day ago and got that it was 1.2.3.4. So I'm going to save that on file. So that DNS server request just happens once, but this is kind of the flow of how information is going over the internet. And at the heart of all of this is something that we call REST, which stands for Representational State Transfer. And what that means is that it's always a back and forth, and then that's it. There isn't an open line to Google. You don't always go, oh, hey, Google, I need cat images. And it goes, okay, here are your cat images. Let me know if you need anything else. I'll be hanging around. It is a one-time shot. So you go, Google, I need cat images. and Google goes, here are your cat images, leave me alone until you need me. And so there's no open connection. There's nothing happening on the line. You can't, Google can't say, oh, I've got a new cat image for you and send it to you over REST. And so the vast majority of the internet is happening restfully, which just means that open line of communication isn't there. So what we are going to do through the course of the program, Ryan is going to come in and he's actually going to show you how all of this happens. And he's going to install a program with you guys called Postman, which allows you to make these get and post requests and actually see what data is getting sent to the server and what data is coming back from the server under the hood. So you'll actually be able to see the HTML, you'll be able to see the JSON, you'll be able to see all of that stuff. But this is where we start talking about a stack, right? Is we talked about the API server and how we're using JSON. We talked about in here how we're using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And then we even talked a little bit about that database server right there, right? About SQL and Mongo and all of those different things. So we are going to start diving into all of these pieces. And then towards the very end of the course, you're going to learn how to deploy all of these pieces, which means how do we get all of these things standing up on an internet, up in the cloud, so we're able to make our websites accessible to people. Questions?
Yeah, Max.
Yep.
So, you know, that whole graphic there is showing how the internet works for the full stack.
Yes.
Get it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yep. So the things that have arrows to them, the database, the API, the web server, the HTML, the CSS, the JSON, those are all pieces of the stack. And
Right.
when you layer them all on top of each other, you have something that is fully functional as a web application.
Perfect.
And so that's a good thing to reiterate is I define a website as anything that is usually non-interactive. So anything that just has a couple links on it, that doesn't have a form on it, that isn't allowing you to upload any information, isn't allowing you to, really react to any of the functionality, that's what I consider a website. And that's where you guys will start, is starting next week with Karen. You're going to start learning the basics of HTML and CSS and how to get that website working.
Got it. Yeah.
Then we'll be layering in more and more. So we'll be layering in React, which is how do you make that website interactive? How do you make it so when you have some data, you're able to go dynamically retrieve that data and get it to show up in your page? And that is all the front end, right? And then we're going to move to the back end. And we're going to talk about how do you set up a web server? How do you get it to respond to an API request? How do you receive information and return different information back?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, we layer into the database. That's all great. But when that API is retrieving information, where does it get stored? How do we save that? How do we make it so if I turn off my computer and turn it back on, the server still knows what that information is?
Mm-hmm.
And then the final step that we make in all of that, after a little security, is how do we pull all of that together and deploy it up to Amazon or up to Google or up to whatever, wherever we're sending it to the cloud? How do we get all of that working and configure it all so it all works? And so that configuration almost always happens in the terminal. It almost always happens in the command line. And so that is one of the reasons why we're covering the terminal is getting all of those commands to work, being able to tell a server, hey, I want to be able to SSH, secure something I'm not even going to pretend to know what it stands for. SSH, secure shell. I don't know why they have a second. Anyway, secure shell. It means that I'm going to be able to securely connect into the server and run some commands there. So this isn't like your typical operating system that has a user interface where you get a mouse and you can configure these things. You actually have to tell the server through the terminal how we want it to serve these files up, or, hey, I've got an API here and this is what I want you to send back, or being able to link up domains or all of that stuff. That is usually configured in the terminal. So in addition to using the terminal on your computer while you're developing, you're going to be developing locally to get started, right? Anything that you're running, you're going to tell your computer, hey, pretend like you're serving up my code. But down the road, we will be covering deployments and configuration through the terminal.
We have a few questions in the chat, Max.
Yeah.
The first question is from Brandy. She wants to know, if REST is closed, are there occasions or an acronym for open communication?
Absolutely. So that is trying to get words together to explain what a socket is. So a socket, or sometimes called a web socket, is the way that you keep that line open. So the best example you can think of for a socket is a chat app. So 20 years ago, if you wanted to build a chat application on the internet, what you would do is you would open up AIM and say, hey, AIM, I'm here, go get all my messages. And it would send you all of your messages. And then you would go, hey, AIM, I'm here 10 seconds later, please give me all my messages. And they go, you don't have any new messages. You know, all right. And then you go, hey, AIM, I'm still here 10 seconds later, do I have any new messages? Here's your one new message, right? So it was always with REST up to your computer to say, hey, I'm still here, please give me anything. And their API and database would return that information to you. So about 10 years ago, WebSockets started getting mature enough where what you could say is, hey, I'm here, I'm latching on, and I'm going to stay here. And what that allowed the server to do is say, oh, you're still here, I've got a new message for you. Instead of waiting for you to ask for it, because that pipe is what they call it, is still open, I can send information down that stream. So sockets today are being used more and more because of that flexibility, because of that ability to send information instead of having to wait for someone to receive the information. However, the vast majority of APIs that you'll either be building or you'll be consuming, other APIs that you want to use, are still REST-based. So there is definitely a trend moving towards socket-based APIs, but for the most part, because the internet is so restful, APIs tend to be that way as well.
All right, the next question is from Latanya. She wants to know, is it socially irresponsible to clear the cache often, like maybe contribute to a collective lag effect if too many of us do it?
Latanya, it would probably take every computer in the world to clear their cache at the same time in order to crash the DNS system. So you bring up a great point, though. There is a fantastic book called Tubes, and it's by a New York Times columnist, author named Andrew Blum, B-L-U-M. And so he's sitting at his computer one day, and the internet goes out. And he goes, well, I work from home. And this is way before the pandemic. And he goes, well, what, and he goes, I don't really actually know how my internet works. So he goes to the back of the computer and he starts pulling the wire and he makes it to his router. And then from the router, he sees it goes to the modem. And from the modem, he picks up his cable line and he traces it out of the house and he sees it go up onto the pole and he goes, that's it. That's all I know about the internet. I rely on this, I work on this, and that's all I know about the internet. And so he calls up his internet service provider, and they come up and they get up on the pole, and the guy goes, "Oh, that squirrel just ate your internet." And so really what he did is the squirrel chewed through the line, they replaced the line. But that led him onto this journey literally all around the world, where he got on ships that were laying fiber optic lines, and he got access to the Google warehouses that contain all of these servers that power the cloud. And he started learning about how the internet works. And so the reason why I love recommending that book is that you don't need to be a network engineer to understand it. And by the end of it, you're still not going to be a network engineer. It is written as a story, which I really appreciate. And it really gives you a good insight into how the internet works and how all of these systems get built. And it will go a little bit into DNS and tell you about different DNS servers and who maintains them. And it will give you a little insight into how stable the internet is and what happens when the internet stops working. And it's a really great book. It's not technical, but the DNS system is probably one of the most resilient internet systems on the internet. It is responsible for serving up, I would say, probably trillions of responses to DNS queries a day. And clearing your DNS cache isn't going to speed up your computer. In fact, it's probably going to slow it down. And the reasoning behind that is because now when you go to google.com, your computer is going to go, "Oh, you cleared my cache. I don't remember Google's IP address anymore." It's going to go out to the DNS server, and it's going to get that response and query the IP address. So the only time you really want to clear your DNS cache in particular, not talking about cookies or other caches that your browser uses, but your DNS cache really only needs to be cleared if you're working on deploying a website and you change the DNS settings on that domain name. And that's really the only time that you need to clear your cache.
I have two questions from Carolyn and then one from Bentley. So Carolyn wants to know, how does all of this work? What is the infrastructure that it's based on? Is it telecommunications?
Yes. There is no one name for this infrastructure. This is the infrastructure of the internet. There are different components of it, and those components from a software development side is what we call the stack. From the hardware side, there are different servers and operating systems powering all of this. The vast majority of the internet is powered by the Linux operating system. Linux is there are different distributions of Linux. A different distribution is kind of like a different flavor or different fork. They're all based off of the same core, but Linux is what powers most web servers. And those web servers are what we build our APIs on top of and run our databases on top of and all of that kind of stuff. It is possible to have Windows web servers. The reason why those are less popular is because you have to pay to license that Windows server. So there's no one name for this infrastructure. The more popular name is becoming a cloud infrastructure engineer. And those are people who are going into data centers and figuring out how to optimize all of this hardware to be faster and to be able to serve more people. And there are all different things that you can get. If you want to make your head spin, you can go to the Amazon Web Services homepage and click on products. And they have, I don't know, somewhere between 100 and 150 different products that Amazon offers that if you put your credit card in, you have no idea what that product does, but if you're paying for it, they'll let you use it. And so that's been the big shift in the past 20 years or so, is it used to be that if you ran a company down in the basement, you had servers heating up the rest of the building. And if a developer came to you and said, I'm building this new app, the developer would have to request these certain hardware specs, and they would go on Dell's website and order up that server and plug it in and configure it all and go, all right, here's your new server. Now with everything moving to the cloud, you don't have to pay for that hardware. You're actually renting that hardware.
Okay, Corey, I see you with your hand up. We have a couple more questions and then we'll get to you. So the next question from Carolyn is, what are packets, as in nodes and packet switching?
Yep. So packets are breaking down and getting to the more technical level. So the internet doesn't actually send your request for cat images all together. It goes cat images. That is a lot of different individual bytes. Bytes are, and then further broken down into bits, the zeros and ones, right? So we use something now called, most universally, we're using something called UTF-8, which is a text encoding scheme. What UTF-8 does is it says the letter C is going to be represented by this byte sequence. And so we know that whenever these bytes come over, you actually mean the letter C. The older version of that, and it is still widely used today, is called ASCII, ASCII. I'm blanking on what the acronym stands for, but you may also see UTF-8 as Unicode. And so what to get to your question of packets, packets are your computer saying, I know I need to go send cat images to Google, but maybe cat images is too long. So what packets do is they take this thing called a header, and that header gets put at the top of the packet, and it's saying, hey, my IP address is 5.6.7.8, and I would like to get to 1.2.3.4, and I would like to tell them in the body of this packet that I want cat. And oh, up in the headers, by the way, I'm going to be sending you another packet. And so Google gets the first packet, and maybe it's going across the country. Maybe it's going to San Francisco, right? So it takes the northern route for that packet, but your computer is smart and it goes, well, I may need to take another route that is faster when I send images. So, hey, header, I'm still 5.6.7.8. I'm still trying to get to 1.2.3.4. This is packet 2 of 2 that I am sending. And by the way, the body of this packet says images in it. And it may send that along the southern route of the country. And so Google gets both of those packets and is able from the headers to piece them together into one piece of information and go, oh, you want cat images. And now it is going to go get that data. And because it's images, it's probably going to be coming over hundreds of different packets. It goes through the internet infrastructure. It goes through all of these different routers across the country. It goes through something that is called the internet backbone, right? The internet backbone is where all of these computers connect in together. And that backbone is going to connect to another data center. So your internet service provider is pulling all the cables together, all the fiber optic cables, all the coaxial cables, and that warehouse is going to be connected to an internet backbone that gets you to other data centers.
Okay, the next question is, it's from Corey. He wants to know how to get a screenshot of your graphic.
I will post a picture of this in the Google Drive.
Okay, and Corey, you can go ahead and ask your question now. Oops. Corey.
Okay, I was just navigating. I made a screenshot, kind of summarize. I'm sorry. I went online and got a graphic of like full stack development and all of this stuff, and I was trying to get it on over to Max and say, this is the whole concept you're talking about right now, just like a note taking, and I don't know how to share it, but it's right on my desktop, and I don't know.
If you're in the Zoom chat, you can click on File, And then from file, you should be able to share it there. The other option is you can drag and drop it into Slack as long as you're in the CIC Students C2 channel,
Okay.
or the resources channel. And I definitely encourage you guys, if you find resources that are helping you, share that in the resources channel, right? This goes back to this class is not a competition. The resources are not limited to just come from instructors. One of the things that I love about teaching is I often learn more than I teach. And so there are programs that I learn about from other instructors or from you guys of students that I start using in my day-to-day programming. So definitely encourage you guys to share resources. Slack is probably the better place to do it, only because it's not encapsulated in just tonight's class. But if there's something that you see that I'm talking about that is helpful, definitely share it in Zoom or in Slack.
Okay.
Okay, and oops, okay, someone was just trying to get in. So Max, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, some of the folks in the chat were also answering that you can do Command Shift and 4 to click and drag across the image that you're trying to grab. And that's one way to do a screen, a piece of your screen. If you're trying to do your entire screen, it's Command Shift 3. And then what that will do on your Mac is it will actually take it into what I call the little holding area. And there's a menu there where you can click on preview. But what I'll do is, as Max was saying, we'll post these directions over in the resources area in Slack. So that you can try it, and if you have a problem with it, then just ping one of us and we'll help you to get through that. But also remember that if you want to go through and grab any of anything that you see on the screen, or if there's any audio that you want to review, I will go ahead and post the link to the YouTube video. I am uploading them each night. They're available either that night or first thing in the morning for you to go and scrub through so that you can listen to anything again that you need to.
Right.
I'm beating Dana to that. We're live streaming to YouTube right now.
Yes.
So you can actually, as soon as class is over, or even in the middle of class, you can go to our Hack Upstate channel on YouTube. The link for that is in links to share, or you can just go to YouTube and type in Hack Upstate, and the live stream of every night is available there. And by the way, if you're ever on the road or you can't join in Zoom itself, you can go to the YouTube channel and see class. It's on like a 30-second delay over at YouTube, but you can see the entire class over there as the class is happening.
So yeah, I went to the YouTube channel and subscribed just in the midst of, Danny, thank you for that. But I had an excellent graphic and I was like, I don't know how to get this thing on over to you guys, but if I share my screen with you, Dana, maybe you could pop it in. And I don't know, I think that gets the full concept of what Max is talking about. And I don't know. I think it would have popped in right there, relevant to what you're talking about.
Right. If you were to share screen, you would be sharing it with anyone. And this Max class, so he would have to give you permission to do that.
See, okay.
If you post it in Slack, I'm happy to pull it up.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Any other questions?
I am checking the thread to see if anyone else has anything. I don't think I missed any questions here. If I missed your question, anyone in class, please let me know, but I think I've run through them all. There was just one question, but another student answered. Latanya, thank you. Bentley wanted to know the name of the book again, and Latanya said it was Tubes by Andrew Bloom.
Blum, B-L-U-M.
Oh, B-L-U-M, okay.
And Brielle, go ahead.
I was wondering when you were talking about how now we are renting servers instead of having our own servers, is there ever a time where you would still want to have your own hardware, your own servers rather than renting?
Absolutely. One is for super optimized hardware, and those cases are disappearing by the day. For example, one super popular growing use of web servers or servers as a whole is cryptocurrency mining. And those actually use graphics cards because they have found graphics cards are better at processing the algorithms behind cryptocurrencies. And so there are people building these super specialized servers that have hundreds of graphics cards connected to them, and they are using them for what they call mining of this currency. So specialized hardware is one of them. Another is if you ever work in the medical field, there is an acronym that will haunt you in your dreams called Hipaa. The Healthcare Privacy Authorization Act, or something along those lines. And HIPAA is what is supposed to protect all of your healthcare information and make it so other people cannot see your healthcare information and health records and all of that stuff without your permission. It came out, I want to say, in the 80s or the 90s. And so because of that, it does a great job of protecting your healthcare information if you send it over a fax machine, but it does not do a great job of protecting your information or allowing people access to your information if that is stored on the internet. So that is why to this day, if you try and send something to a doctor's office, they will tell you that you can happily fax it to them, but there's no way for you to email it to them or upload it to them. So there are some companies that need to run super securely that don't trust the cloud with their information, not just for healthcare, but Department of Defense level stuff. Interestingly enough, there are something called regions in AWS, and a region is basically a giant warehouse that is containing all of the servers. So when you sign up for the AWS cloud, it will say, well, where do you want your server? Do you want it in West 2, West 3, West 4? And those are all different buildings within a couple miles of each other. Or do you want it in East 4? And East 4 is in, I believe, in Northern Virginia. So there are all of these different regions. Well, there is one entire region dedicated to the Department of Defense and other related secure military servers. And that entire region, you don't have access to it unless you are a government employee. And so for the most part, any security that you can match on site, you can now match in the cloud. And I would argue that it is probably even easier to manage security because those warehouses are so secure where you have a background check to be able to get into them. And it's not like you're renting a little, couple square foot area where you're able to walk in and just work with those servers. All of those servers are managed remotely. However, there are still some companies that will require data to be handled on site. And those tend to be healthcare companies. But that is one example of someone who would not want to be in the cloud and who would prefer to be on site. See, you guys are learning. If you ask a short question, you're going to get a long answer from me. All right. Jahil, to get into the Slack, you can go to hackupstate.com and click on Slack in the top right, and that will get you invited into Slack. And that is also on our download list for later tonight. So whoever has not gotten that downloaded will have an opportunity not only to do that, but to ask any questions if you're running into problems.
I'm also going to put the link right here in the chat also for Jahil.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
Max, it's in Slack right now. That was my first time submitting something. And what do you think about that graphic? Is that summarize what you're talking about?
Absolutely, yeah. So let me pull this up.
Great job, Corey. You're diving right in, doing dangerous.
So this is a good representation of a Slack. Front end is kind of the interesting one here, right? Because you always use JavaScript. That 5 stands for HTML5, and then the 3 stands for CSS3. That is kind of all front end dev is. It has opened up a little bit in the past couple years with the advent of React and Angular and Vue. jQuery may be another one that gets thrown around. All 4 of those are frameworks that run in JavaScript. But front-end dev that's a good representation. The back-end dev, you've got Ruby on Rails, Java, .NET, Python, and then the M-E, A, and N is what is called the meme stack. It stands for Mongo, Express, Angular, and Node. We're going to be using a variation of that called the CERN stack. So we're going to be using SQL instead of Mongo. We're still going to be using Express, which is a web server framework built in Node, which is, of course, the N. And then instead of Angular, we're using React. So you'll learn that developers not only love their acronyms, they love coming up with cutesy names. So once you start learning React, you'll learn of all of these packages that are puns off of the name React. But databases, a great example. DevOps is an interesting addition. That's not something that I would normally consider in the stack, but it's something that is becoming a growing part of, all right, how do we operationalize this code? How do we get this up to the cloud? How do we maintain this code? Where do we store this code? And so DevOps is definitely a part of this, a growing part of the stack. And then mobile app dev is something that you may or may not have part of your stack, right? There are lots of companies out there who say we need a mobile app and that's the primary user interface, and we don't even do front-end dev because all of our customers interact with apps. Or you may find the exact opposite of people going, all we do is we make web apps or websites for people and we don't do mobile app dev. So the mobile app dev and the front end dev are 2 kind of optional pieces of the stack. You do need some way for your customer to interface with your code. But the 2 symbols that they have under mobile app dev are Swift, which is the programming language Apple created about 5 to 10 years ago to replace, we want to talk about legacy and a callback from yesterday. Objective-C was the programming language that Apple used. And while they still support that, they encourage all new apps to be made in Swift. And then I think it's funny they have a picture of Android because Android is not a programming language. Android is an operating system. So the programming language that Google will shamefully admit that all of their mobile apps are created in is Java.
Java, okay.
So while we won't be covering mobile app dev, we will be setting you guys up for success. React Native is a small jump from React to React Native where you can start playing around with that and making your own apps. React Native is written in JSX, which is basically if JavaScript and HTML had a baby, that is what JSX is. So JSX, you'll learn all the fun syntax of HTML. You'll learn all the fun syntax of JavaScript. And right when you get a hang of it, we're going to mush them together and teach you React. But great image, and thank you for sharing. And a very accurate image. And that is often a lesson that I learn as a teacher, that, you know, if you try and create something on your own, it ends up looking like my iPad. And there are graphic designers out there who will do a much better job like that graphic. Okay, any other questions?
I don't see anything else in the chat. If I've missed anyone, please raise your hand. And so far, I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. I'm going to try and keep my terminal lessons or my command line lessons down to 7 o'clock so we can split class right in half and still have plenty of time to get to all of the installing of programs. I do want to save, let's say, the last 15 minutes of class to get Hello World working for you guys. And then any of the time in between we'll use to get all of those programs installed. So I encourage you guys, if you want to follow along, you can. I will say this now, and it's something that you should keep in mind for the rest of all the classes, is some people learn better by following along. Some people will get overwhelmed by following along, and that is completely fine, right? So every instructor is going to have a little bit different of a style. Some instructors are just going to run through it all and leave plenty of time at the end to help you guys. Some of the instructors will slow way down and make sure everyone is following along. That is a personal learning style. That is something that we got feedback from the first cohort. They said we saw some students following along and totally getting it, and they tried to do it and they got lost. So I'm going to pace this a little slower so you guys can follow along, but don't feel obligated to. So we're going to get started by opening Terminal. So Terminal is a program that is installed on everyone's Macs. I will say that if you are running on a Windows computer, you will not be able to follow along because Windows uses something called Command Prompt and MS-DOS, and those commands are not standardized. So I would encourage you guys to follow along on your Mac. The traditional way of opening up the terminal is going to your applications folder and looking for a folder inside of there called utilities. In utilities, you will find a program called Terminal. The shortcut to getting there is if you hit Command and space at the same time, you'll have something pop up on your screen that says Spotlight Search, and you can type in the word terminal right in there and hit enter. And that should pop open a screen that looks like I have too many terminals open and I cannot find it in Zoom. That looks like this. Carolyn, you had a question? I think you're muted.
Sorry, I guess I don't hit it hard enough. Yeah, we should close out everything else on our Mac, right? I'm watching you on my Toshiba, so Zoom is happy, but I should close out anything I had open before I do this, right?
If you want to, you can. It's not gonna impact anything
Okay.
while you're in here.
And
the one thing I would encourage you to keep open is if you head to the Google Classroom Drive, there is a file in there called, I believe, Command Line Basics.
okay.
And that is just a quick reference in case you're saying, what did he type? Or I can't see that on the screen or anything like that. It's just a handy quick reference for everything that I'm going over.
And I was listening to you while I was, but then I lost track to get to this point. Where do I find the command line on my Mac?
The quickest way is to hit Command and space, and then let go of both of those keys and type in the word terminal.
Oh.
And that is a great tool.
Spotlight search. And then,
yep.
Okay, great.
Spotlight is a great tool for quick switching applications or opening things. I almost never use my dock anymore because I always keep my hands on the keyboard, and Command space is just a quick way to pop in an application name and pop it open.
So there are several terminal choices that come up. I should just take the top one.
The first one probably should be the right one, as long as it opens a screen that looks like the thing on my screen share, then you should be good to go.
Okay, mine is white, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, great. I've done this on my PC with Matthew's help, my son, but this is new. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the number one rule, and I'm going to try and drill this in your head as much as possible. And this is something that terminal makes no sense to you and you have no idea what's going on, you always issue a command in a folder, right? So whenever you open up terminal, you are in a folder right now, but you probably have no idea what folder you're in. So what we're going to do is we're going to type our first terminal command called pwd. So we're going to type in pwd and hit enter. And I just deleted every file on your computer. No, I'm totally kidding. pwd is going to give you a file path, and that file path says users Max Matthews. So if we open up Finder right now, actually, there's a trick for that. If we want to know where we're at, we can just type in the word open, and then we're going to hit a space and type in a period. And when we hit enter on that, I'm sharing a specific screen on my computer, but you'll notice that Finder pops open. And Finder popped open to something called your home folder, right? So every user on your Mac gets a home folder created for them. And within there, you'll see files like desktop, downloads, documents, all of that kind of stuff. So in our terminal right now, we are in our home folder, and that home folder path is users Max Matthews, right? So in the terminal, if we want to see all of the files that are in that folder, we can issue a command called ls, list. And what that's going to do is it's going to come back and it's going to list out all of the files that I have here. And we know those are all the files because if we look in Finder, we can see all the files in folders as well. Well, let's say we want to go into one of them. So what I can do is I can cd change directory, and the terminal or command line likes to call folders directories. So that's one thing. If you hear me say folder or directory, those terms are interchangeable. So we're going to cd, and now it's saying, where do you want to cd to? So I can pick any one of these folders. Now, if I type in des and hit enter, I'm going to get an error back. It says no such file or directory. And we know there isn't because if we look up here, des isn't an option. Desktop is. But hey, that's a lot to type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cd and type in des, and then I'm going to hit tab. And you'll notice desktop popped in there for me. So now I'm going to hit enter. And now I'm going to go, well, did it work? How do I know I made it into my desktop? So I can type in pwd again. And now we're going to see, oh, the path that I'm in is users, Max Matthews, my home folder, my username, and then I am in my desktop folder. And so now that I'm in my desktop, I can run ls again, and now you'll see all of the files that are on my desktop. Okay, now that's a lot. I don't want to see all of that. I'm going to issue the clear command and hit enter, and now I'm cleared back out. All right, that's great. I want to get back to I want to get back up to my home folder. How do I do that? I'm going to cd, and this is a notion that you'll be using a lot in your code. If I want to reference anything in the current folder, I'm going to say /. And now I can reference any file in my desktop. But I don't actually want to be in my desktop. I want to change one directory up. So instead of 1 period, I'm going to say 2 periods and hit enter. And it knows, oh, relative to my current path, I want to move one folder back up from where I was at. So I can pwd again, and I'm back up in my home folder, and I can ls again, and I can prove, all of the files that I have in my home. Going to take a quick break there. Any questions?
So what are the, is there a roster that talks about those PWD shortcut abbreviations, or like a list of them, or no?
Yes. There is, the list of them is quite overwhelming. So
okay.
I have a file created called command line basics, which is in the Google Classroom Drive. that has all of the ones that we are going to go over tonight listed out.
Perfect.
That's a good starting point. If you ever need more help with the command, if you don't know, if you need more information about it or anything like that, you can issue a command called man and then ls, and man stands for manual. And when you hit enter there, you're going to get a very long list of everything that this command does, and all of the different options associated with this command.
Cool.
So you can really go down a rabbit hole of everything in here. The goal tonight is to cover the basics and get you kind of working with directories and creating files, because that's going to lay the foundation for all kinds of modules in the future in Careers in Code.
Thank you.
Susan, question.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear what word you said when you did / and DES and you made it jump out to spell desktop. I didn't catch what that was.
That is the tab key. So whenever you want to autocomplete something, you can press tab once and it will finish filling in the words for you. So I can CD DES and I can hit tab and you'll see it autocompletes. Now let's do something else. Let's do DE. So if I CD DE and then hit tab, it's going to yell at me and it's going to say, I don't know what you want there, because there's desktop and there is also developer. So what I can do is look at that and go, oh, I wanted desktop. So I can keep typing and hit enter and it's going to give me, it's going to CD back into my desktop. And I'm, again, if I want to go one directory back up, I'm going to CD space, period, enter, and now I am back up in my home folder. Shahil, question.
Yeah, so are we gonna use this for like launching a server or something, or like a local server?
Absolutely. You are probably 5 weeks ahead of us, but we will be using this to run servers on your computer locally.
Okay, and I have another question. Is this like a Linux based shell?
It is. So the Mac operating system is built on top of Linux. And that is why we can issue Linux-based commands. The CD, the PWD, the LS, those are all Linux-based commands. The only other popular shell out there is MS-DOS, and those commands are completely different. I get on someone's computer who uses Windows, and I'm like dead in the water. Like I don't know how to use a terminal. But when I get on a Mac or Linux, it is super easy for me because this is pretty much universal. So when you get to Amazon Web Services and have a server running over there, you'll get into that server terminal and run ls and all the files will come right out. And so one of the benefits of the Mac being Linux-based is that you get to share all of those shell commands. And,
Okay.
and shell and terminal and bash, these are all things that reference the terminal. They all kind of mean different things, but for right now, you can have them all in your heads as synonyms. If you hear someone say, oh, I've been working in bash, or oh, I just opened this shell up, or oh, I'm in my terminal, or oh, I'm in my command prompt, those all mean I'm working in this thing that the Mac calls terminal.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that you guys are teaching this because for the most part, I think when people are new to this, it's kind of intimidating.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the idea is to kind of cut you guys off here, so that you don't go down this long rabbit hole of being overwhelmed by the terminal. So we're gonna actually, once we get through questions, we're gonna actually create a couple files and see them actually working in Finder. And then we're going to throw up the red flag and say, all right, we're going to cap you here. We're going to make sure you have the fundamentals down. And then when you are using this again in a couple weeks, you're going to have a better idea and more flexibility here. The key thing I would say before you move on to anything else is make sure you're comfortable moving through directories, different folders, CDing into a folder and CDing back up out of that folder, LSing so you can see all the files in that folder, and being able to CD down into a different one. Because again, where you issue your command is always in a certain folder. So when you guys start trying to create a file or a folder, you want to make sure that you're always in the right place, in the right folder before you create it. I see some hands up. Sorry, I don't see names while I'm screen sharing, and I'm still getting used to I'm still learning all of your names. So if you want to just
Susan and Dominique they're both of their hands are up.
Dominique, you want to go? I think I saw your hand first.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I thought that I had unmuted myself. Before we get to Dominique and Susan, there were a couple of questions in the chat that were there before they raised their hand. So if we can just do those first. Susan said that when she typed in the word like you did, Max, and she hit the tab key to autocomplete, that it didn't work for her. Could it be because she's using it for the first time and has never done the whole word before?
It should be working. What I would say, trying to find you, Susan, there you are. I would say run ls and make sure the word that you're typing is one of the options that you're trying to CD down into.
Okay, and then someone else mentioned that if you need for your screen to be bigger, if you're having difficulty because things are too small in terminal, you can hold down the command and the plus key at the same time. That will make the font bigger if you need it to be smaller. Alternatively, you can hold command and the minus key, and that will make things smaller. And then someone asked, is Linux used only on the Mac?
Absolutely not. But before I answer that, Sarah, great point. The terminal is case sensitive. So if you type in lowercase DES, it will probably not autocomplete for you. So you will need a capital D to match the casing of the directory. And that is a life lesson that you will learn as a developer, is that 99% of the time it is case sensitive. And on top of case sensitive, spaces always behave interestingly while you're coding. So you want to be super careful with your spaces. You also want to be super careful with your casing. So you'll notice in GitHub, which we're going to get to a little bit later tonight, all of my module names are named without spaces. And so in JavaScript, we use something called Camel Case, which means the first word is in all lowercase. And then if you have another word, instead of doing a space and the word, you uppercase the first letter of that word and keep it with the second word. And so there are two primary casing techniques. One is called Camel Case, which is again uppercasing the first letter of any subsequent word, but keeping it all together. The other one is called Snake Case, where you use underscores instead of where spaces would be. And those are two techniques developers use so that they don't have to deal with the headache of spaces. And so you'll find that when we start naming things, I will start naming them without spaces, and you'll go, I don't get why he's doing that. But when you're in the terminal, you'll find things may not work because there is a space in them. So that is a good point to bring up. Thank you, Sarah, for that. Susan, you're still stuck? Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, is there some faster way? I keep having to move my mouse all around and then like to see this terminal and then it's hidden behind the Zoom. Like I'm not understanding a faster way.
You're learning why developers normally have multiple monitors.
Yeah.
So screen space is definitely something that you wrestle with. The Mac has a great feature called desktops. Windows calls these virtual desktops. But if you swipe with 3 or 4 fingers up, you'll notice all of your apps spread out on the Mac. And then if you go look at the top of the screen, it will have a little plus in the top right, and that opens up a virtual desktop.
What? I don't know what you just said, so I'm
Okay,
lost.
here, let me try and if you swipe up with 3 or 4 fingers on your trackpad,
Oh, okay.
it's gonna spread out all of your windows. So here, let me.
So that's faster. Okay, that helps.
Okay. The
Yes.
step after that is using desktops, which is a more advanced technique, but maybe we'll cover that next, or we'll cover that down the road.
This is helpful because now I can see everything and whatever.
Awesome.
Okay.
The other way you can switch between applications quickly is Command and Tab. And what that's going to do is it's going to cycle between the 2 applications that you were in. So if you hit
Okay.
Command once and then Tab and let go of both, it's going to jump you into your previous application. And then you can hit Command and Tab again, and it will bring you back into Zoom.
So like Alt Tab on a PC.
It's just like Alt Tab
But
on
is
a
it-
PC.
Oh, cool, thank you.
I think I'm in a directory I'm not supposed to be in, and maybe that's why that doesn't work. I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't really understand what the terminal is or why we're in here. So I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, that's completely fine. So we're going to be using the terminal to execute our code. So a lot of the
Okay.
times there are things available that we need to tell the computer to do that we can't tell it to do through a user interface. So right
Okay.
now we're covering a bunch of things that you would already do on Windows in My Computer or on the Mac in Finder. However, as a developer, there will be access to things that we can't do through Finder or My Computer that we're going to need to do in the terminal. Things like starting up a server or creating a file if it doesn't exist or stuff like that. So what we want to do first and foremost, the most basics we want to get down in the terminal is how do we know what folder we are in, and how do we move between different folders? So in order to answer what folder we are in, we can go back to our terminal, and we can, sorry, let me share my screen again. We're going to run the command pwd and hit enter. And that is going to return us some information. On my computer, it says we're in users Max Matthews. So if we're in any other folder, we're not going to be able to change our directory to the desktop because it's relative to whatever folder we are in right now. So Susan, what did it come back with for your path?
Just users?
Just users. Okay, that's fine. So we need to know what users has in it. And so in order to know what users has in it, we're going to run the command ls, and ls stands for list. And so
Mine-
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't see all that. I just see something that says shared. In my name.
Okay, and your
Mine
name.
said the same
Okay,
thing.
so
Yeah.
there are 2 folders in there. One is called shared and the other one is your username. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in cd space and then the first letter or 2 of your username and tab.
That worked.
Cool, yeah.
And so now if you run ls, you're going to get something similar to my screen where you have desktop and documents and downloads and all of that stuff.
Okay, yes, that worked.
So now we're starting to navigate
Yes.
in folders. And so if you wanted to get out of your home folder, your username folder, and go back up to users, we're going to type in cd space and then 2 periods and enter. And now what you will find is if you run ls, you're going to see shared in your username again. And if you run pwd, you're going to see you're back in the users folder.
Okay, so it's like basically like the first folder is users, and then in that is shared and my name, and then within my name is all that other stuff.
Desktop, documents, all of that stuff. So we can get
Okay.
fancy here, right? I'm going to go back up. I'm going to pwd, and it's going to say you're in the users folder. So I could CD into my user, and I just typed in MA and hit tab, and that auto completed it for me. And then I could CD again into my desktop, right? And then when I'm in my desktop, I can PWD, and it's going to say users, Max Matthews desktop, right? Those slashes are saying you're going down that folder path. And then from there, I could run an LS and I get all the files that are still on my desktop. We can also get fancy. I'm going to CD /2 and hit enter. And all of a sudden that jumped me up 2 folder levels. So I can run PWD again and I'm back in users. So you don't have to CD. You can CD one folder at a time, and that's completely fine. You can also get fancy and chain the CDs. So you can CD into Max Matthews /desktop and hit enter. And now when I run PWD, I'm going to be in my desktop again.
Max, I have a question for you. So we have a student who's not yet in Terminal.
Okay.
Would you be able to demonstrate how to get into Terminal from applications?
Absolutely.
There we go. CD.
The reason I am reluctant to do that is because I'm actually on a 28-inch monitor. And so I apologize in advance because it's probably tiny on your screen. But if you go into Finder, there's going to be a folder that pops up. What you can do is if you have applications over on the left, in the left sidebar, that's one way to get to it. The other way is up in the top, the very top of your screen. There's something that says Go. And if you go to Go and slide all the way down to Applications, that's another way to get into this folder. So from Applications, you can see I have quite a few in here, but I'm going to scroll down to Utilities. And from Utilities, I'm going to scroll down all the way again until I get to Terminal. And I'm going to double click on Terminal, and that's going to open me up. It may be white on your screen, doesn't matter either way. The other and more quicker way to get into it is to hit Command and space on your keyboard and type in the word Terminal. And then you're going to hit Enter, and that will also open the terminal for you.
And just in case you, because I know that this type of system is new to some folks, when you actually take your mouse and you bring it down to the bottom of your screen and you just leave it there, you'll have a toolbar that pops up at the bottom of your screen, and Finder is located on the very left. It's a darker blue and lighter blue face. And when you click on that, that would be the way to get into applications. So I was just repeating that because that part went kind of fast, and I know that the student was having trouble keeping up to get into Terminal.
Jahil, to answer your question, yes, you can chain as many dots as you want. If you wanted to jump up 3 directories, you could do that. You'll find that when you are using something called an import on your code, which is basically pulling another file into the file that you're working in, you'll use a lot of relative directories or relative file paths. And relative just means it's relative to wherever the current file you're working in is. So you will use a lot of dots to go up 1 folder, 2 folder, 3 folders up, and then go down through this path to pull in this specific file. So the notion of dot is super important. And then the notion of a single dot is super important. So if you wanted to reference something that is in the same folder as either the terminal that you're in or in the same folder as the file that you're importing from, you can use 1 dot and a slash, and that will say, look in the current folder that this file is in or that this terminal is in, and then go access that.
Yeah, that's really cool. So like, for example, if we were like trying to, I don't know, pull something from a server or whatever, And let's say that like we had like maybe like 4 folders in, we're inside like some database or whatever. Like maybe like, let's say we're in one of our users profiles or something.
Yep.
Like for example, Max's, but then we probably want to go like maybe 4, folders out so we can go back to like a folder where it says all the users or something like that. Where we can
Yep.
pull off like, somebody that may be in a connection to Max or something like that.
Absolutely. Yeah. All the file folders that we're navigating through are right out of Finder, right? So we can go into Finder, we can go into the users folder, we can click on mine, we can go to the desktop. Everything that we're navigating is showing up in Finder. And so a dirty little trick is that if you need to get somewhere quick in the terminal, you can type in the letters CD and space and actually drag a folder in from Finder into your terminal. And what that's going to do is you'll see it type very quickly the path of what that folder is. So I would encourage you to get the hang of CD and using those dots and LS to get into folders, because those relative file paths are something that will get very frustrating very quickly unless you understand what those dots are doing, right? The dots just mean relative to where I am, whatever folder I'm in, I want to go one folder higher up. So if I'm in Max Matthews desktop and I want to access a folder that is in Max Matthews, I'm going to CD ... and then I can do a slash and type in that folder name. Okay, questions?
We have one in the chat. Alina wants to know if it gets more complicated if you have multiple users on a PC.
Not necessarily. There are file permissions that will sometimes make it so you cannot access their files even in the terminal. On the Mac in particular, what you'll find is slash, if you see a file directory with slash and nothing before it, it means that is what is called the root folder or the top level folder. That is your hard drive, right? And so your hard drive is always going to have some folders in it. So on the Mac, what I can do is if I CD and hit slash and type nothing else in, not // not // not anything like that, CD space slash and hit enter, that's going to take me all the way up to the top level of my hard drive where there are no folders above it. So if I LS in there, you're going to see applications, users, libraries, volumes, all of that stuff.
Careful.
I can also run open space period and hit enter. And what that's going to do is that's going to pop open Finder for me and show me Macintosh HD, my hard drive that's in my computer, and all of the subfolders that are in there. Now you will notice that there are probably only 4 folders that show up there. All of those other folders are folders that we only have access to in the terminal. Those are folders that are making the operating system work, that are storing different caches for you, that have a bunch of different hidden folders in there that developers may use. So from here, I can CD into my users folder and see not only the users that I have on my computer, I can also run a PWD and see that I am in that users folder. And so in order to answer your users question, it does get complicated if there are multiple users. No, not really, because the users just show up as a different folder in this users. And you may not even be able to CD into their folder, depending on what permissions that you have set up on your computer. But your terminal will always open you up into your home folder. Other questions?
We do have a couple of questions in the chat. A couple of students were saying that they were still having trouble with tabbing to get it to autocomplete. I responded that at this point, they should probably just go ahead and type out the whole word, and then we can work on that during office hours.
Who's having trouble with autocomplete?
Let's see, Alina and Brielle.
Okay, so first let's PWD. Let's focus on Alina. So run PWD, and what does that return? You're muted.
Sorry, it just returns as my name and users.
Okay, and so you type CD space and then a capital DES, and then hit tab.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. It just like makes a noise.
Okay, let's clear out that command.
Okay.
And run LS instead. And do you see your desktop folder in there?
Yep, it's a shared in my name.
Okay, if it says shared in your name, you're not in your name. You're in the user's folder itself. And so what we want to do is CD space and then type in your name. And then hit enter. And now when you run LS, you're going to see documents, desktop, all of that stuff. And so when you CD space and then type in desktop, or type in CD space capital DES and hit tab, it should autocomplete desktop.
I got that to work. Yeah.
Cool. So,
cool. Thank you.
No problem. So that is like the core lesson of the terminal, is that you have to know what folder you're in order for the commands to work right. So what was happening there was that we were in the users folder. We weren't in the actual Max Matthews folder, right? And so you were saying CD into desktop, and it was saying, I don't see a desktop. All I see is shared and your username. And that's all I see. So what we had to do is say, no, go look inside my username, CD into my username. And now it's going, oh, while I'm in there, what would you like to do next? Okay, we want to CD into my desktop now. So that's super important. If you're ever lost, if you're ever going, I'm CDing and it's not letting me into it, that's when you want to run that PWD command, because that's going to tell you what folder you're currently in. The other thing you can do is run open space period, and it's going to pop open Finder for you. And that's going to tell you, oh, I'm in the users folder. I'm not in my username folder. I'm not in Max Matthews. PWD stands for pass. Don't ask me how they came up with these acronyms, but PWD is going to show you the current path that you are in on your terminal. And when I say path, I just mean the list of folders of the hierarchy, and those folders are always separated with slashes. Thank you, Brielle. I did not know that stood for print working directory, but that makes a lot more sense.
Yes, it really is just, it won't actually print in terms of a printer, but it's a virtual print on your screen, and that it will list where you currently are.
And remember, a lot of these commands are 50 years old. So when they say print working directory, when they said print, printers didn't exist 50 years ago. They meant printed out onto the screen. And so a lot of these commands are quite old. Corey, you've had your hand up for a while. Can I answer a question for you?
No, I figured it out. I'm right with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I was testing it out, and on my terminal, I hit, what's that? PWD, and I got users Corey Hudson, and then so the LS. Yeah, and the LS showed me my screenshots of that first image that I shared. So I think I'm right where you want me to be, I think.
Perfect. So we're going to take it a step further. We're going to create a folder, and we are going to create a file in that folder. Then we are going to delete it, and then we are going to take a break. Sound good to everyone?
Are we doing that inside of the terminal?
We are doing that all inside the terminal, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're going to do is I want to be on my desktop. That's personally where I want to be operating out of, right? So I'm going to, first of all, I don't know where I am. So I'm going to run pwd, and I'm in my users folder. Well, I don't want to be in my users folder. I want to be in my personal username. So I'm going to cd, I'm going to type the first couple letters in, and I'm going to hit tab. And now I'm going to hit enter and run pwd again. And I just confirmed that I went from the users folder to the Max Matthews folder in my users folder. So I'm going to run ls to see what my options are. And I want desktop. So I'm going to cd again, space capital DES, and I can hit tab and enter again. And now when I run pwd, I've confirmed that I'm in my desktop. So I am going to make a directory. Again, directory, folder, they mean the same thing. So I'm going to run the very clever command mkdir, make directory. And I'm going to call that directory my new folder. And there's that camel casing sneaking in. If you do a space, the terminal is going to get confused. So we try not to use spaces. So I'm going to make that new directory. Now, if you look on your desktop, if you move all the windows out of the way, you'll see a folder actually popped up there. If it didn't, you probably just made that directory somewhere else on your computer, and you can figure out where you made it by running pwd. And so now I've made my new folder, but I'm not inside of it yet. So to prove that, I'm going to run pwd, and I'm still in my desktop. But when I run ls, all my other files are on here, but all of a sudden you see my new folder shows up. Okay, so I'm going to cd into my new folder. And so when I pwd on that, now I just proved my working directory where my terminal is operating is in my new folder. So what we're going to do is we're going to touch a new file in there. So in order to do that, we're going to issue the command touch, and then we're going to name the file my file, and files need extensions, right? It doesn't know. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. Did you hear me up to touch? Okay. So we're going to touch a new file into existence. We want to create a new file. So we are going to touch, again, these commands go back to the 50s. Don't blame me. We're going to touch a file, and we need to give it a file extension, right? The computer needs to know, like, is this a video file? Is this a picture? Is this a text file? And so we want it to be a text file. So I'm going to say .txt, and I'm going to hit enter. Now, it looks like it didn't do anything. Move my screen down. What do you mean by that? Can everyone see the bottom of my terminal?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I can.
I can't. Can you scroll down a little bit so we can just yeah, that works.
Okay. So I touched that file, but now I need proof of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run ls, and now it's going to show me my file is in that folder. Now that's great and all, but like terminal, how do I know if terminal isn't lying? So I'm going to run the command open period. And again, one period means open this current folder that I'm in. And so if we run that, and I were sharing my whole screen, you will see Finder pops open, and it has my file.txt in there. All right, pumping the brakes. How's everyone making out? Who is following along?
I'm not sure where I messed up. I'm following along, but I did the open command.
Yep.
And then it says command not found, open stop, And then-
Open space period.
open space period. Okay, sorry.
No problem.
So I created my new folder
Okay.
and then I put CD my new folder, right?
CD space and then your new folder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And it read Corey Hudson MacBook Pro, my new folder. Is that where you want us? No.
Possibly run the pwd command and see what pwd returns.
Users Corey Hudson desktop, my new folder.
Okay, great. So you're at the right spot. Your working directory where your terminal is running is now in your new folder. So now you can run that touch space myfile.txt. And that's going to create the actual file. And now if we run ls, we can see that that file is in the folder. And if we run open space period, we can Finder will pop up and it should show you your file in there.
Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm.
Carolyn, question. You're still muted.
There, yeah.
There you go.
So I was in my directory, I'm pretty sure. And I did the open space decimal. And it like opened up windows with applications on my computer.
Okay, so you're probably in the wrong folder because open space period is always going to open the folder that you're in your terminal. So,
All right, so
what you want to do is run pwd.
All right, so I gotta get back there. Keep going.
And pwd is going to return something. What does that file path say?
Oops. Carolyn Sprague at Carolyn S hyphen MacBook Pro, MacBook hyphen Pro.
Okay, that means you're probably in your root directory, the top level directory. So if you run ls there, what does it return?
Now I have a list of applications, library, cores, home, etc.
Okay, so what you want to do is cd into your users folder with a capital U and hit enter. And then you want to run ls again.
All right, it came up with shared and Carolyn Sprague.
Okay, so you want to cd into your user folder,
Which is
and then
name.
And you can use tab for autocomplete and then hit enter again.
Oops. If I could learn how to type.
Tab for autocomplete is you'll see people using the terminal in like videos you're watching and be like, how are they moving so fast? Tab is your most used key in the terminal right behind enter.
Yeah, and it's getting used to the Mac and everything. So, okay. So hit enter, return, whatever. Is Carolyn at Carolyn S.
Okay, so you want to ls again.
All right.
And now you should see desktop documents, all of that kind of stuff.
Yep, I do.
Okay, so you're going to cd into your desktop.
Ooh, I did a shortcut. Yay.
Okay, and now you're going to
I'm
make
easily
a directory.
So MD, no.
mkdir.
And that's all one?
All one.
Yeah, Matthew taught me some of this, but okay.
And then you're going to name it. So call it my new folder without any spaces.
All right. And so lowercase m and then new and folder would have an uppercase N and F?
You got it.
Yeah. So I always wondered why it was what that convention was. All right, here we go. All right.
Latanya, you're asking for extra credit, but if I remember how I did that, I will share that with the class.
So now I want to change directory to that?
Yep. And then you are going to pwd to make sure you're in the right folder. And if you ls, it's not going to return anything because there's nothing in that folder.
All right, it doesn't like this. Let's see, I don't want to bog us down here. Tab. No, it doesn't like it. Change directory, cd space my, and then I did like the autocomplete, and it didn't like it. All right, we'll figure this out. I don't want to
Okay.
This private tutorial here. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna do 2 more things and then I'm gonna let you guys go on break. Sorry for the delay. So we're gonna ls again in our folder and we're gonna see that we have myfile.txt, right? So we want to remove that file. Remove in Linux land and terminal land is the same thing as deleting. So we are going to rm for remove, and then we're gonna tell it what file we want it to remove. We want it to remove myfile.txt. And so we're going to run that and hit enter. And if you still have your Finder window open, you'll notice that file just disappeared. Now, the one thing to be careful of is when you remove a file in a terminal, it does not move that file to the trash. It permanently deletes it. That file is now gone forever. There's no getting that file back. So you want to be very careful when you are using RM, what you are telling it to RM. I cannot warn you enough the difference between 1 period and 2 periods in RM, or the fact that you have a slash at the beginning and no periods in front of it. Because if we remember, a slash with no periods in the front of it means go to the very top level of my hard drive and start deleting. So you want to be very, very careful with the RM command.
Golly.
Wait, so if you do the RM my file text, is it supposed to remove on your desktop?
It
is,
should.
right? Okay, then I think
It
I
should
did it wrong.
remove my file, but not my folder.
I think I did it wrong.
So you want to pwd and make sure that you're in my new folder before you issue the RM command. If you're not, you can cd down into my folder and then try the RM my file again. But what we're going to do, just so I can let everyone go on break, and then I'm happy to stick around, is removing a file is great, but what if we want to remove a whole folder? So if I pwd, I'm still in my folder. You can't delete a folder that you're in, because if you do, where are you going to end up? So I'm going to cd space ... again, ... move up 1 folder. And then I'm going to try and get cleverer. I'm going to RM, and I'm going to say my new folder. And I'm going to hit enter, and it's going to say my folder, or my new folder is a directory. Well, no, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to curse. Sherlock, like, of course it's a directory. Like, get rid of it. So what we need to do is pass something to RM called flags. And these flags are changing what the RM command is going to allow us to do. And so what we need to do is say, I know I'm intentionally removing a folder, and not only do I want to delete that folder, I want to recursively delete all the files in that folder. In this case, there don't happen to be any in it. But what we're going to do is we're going to say RM space, and then we're going to hit the dash, the hyphen key. And we're going to say recursively R, delete this folder F, and then we are going to tell it the folder name. Oh, come on. My new folder. Okay, so what we're going to do is say recursively go in and delete anything underneath this, and then delete the folder, the F itself. If you don't want to keep in your head recursive for the R, you can also think of it as remove folder. It's another way of doing it. And so I'm going to hit enter on there, and it looks like it worked. I don't know. So I can run ls again, and you'll find that there is nothing in here that says my new folder.
So you want us to remove the folder now?
Correct. Or
Okay.
delete the folder. Yes.
It also disappeared on my desktop, so I think I did it right.
You did. And you'll notice that terminal is not existing in a vacuum, right? What we're doing, what the commands we're issuing are happening in Finder too. They're happening on the actual hard drive. So Finder is actually just a user interface, a layer on top of terminal. So when you right click on something, or when you move a file, that is all actually issuing a command to the terminal. to do that exact same thing.
So you gave us two ways to remove a folder: recursively and then I guess just regular.
Just one way. The RF means, hey, I'm going to give you a folder to delete. And that, I'm sorry, the F means I'm going to give you a folder. It's okay to delete it. The R means you can delete anything that is in that folder as well.
Hey, so can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, anyways, yeah. So like, I was trying to get out this directory, the new folder directory, and it's like saying permission denied or whatever.
Can you run a PWD?
Yeah, PWD.
And are you in the folder in your desktop?
Users, Giles Smith, desktop, new folder.
Okay, so CD space period period.
Cool.
And did that, if you run a PWD, did that move you up one?
Yeah, it did. I guess
Okay.
you had to put down like change directory every time. I thought it was like quick where you can just dot and then go down.
No, you do need to CD dot will issue another command.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna let everyone go on break. We'll meet back here at 7:45. And if anyone is stuck or needs help, I will stick around.
Hey, Karen.
Yeah,
Hey,
how are you?
I'm good. Were you able to get in to terminal?
No, I did find Finder, but after that, I'm just totally lost.
Okay, yeah, Max, she dinged us in the chat when you first went into terminal. So
Okay, we're gonna hit Command and space.
Okay, command in space.
And you're gonna see a new window that pops up that says Spotlight.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Siri came out on mine.
Okay,
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
hit the escape key to get out of Siri.
It works for me. I'm sorry, it's a button, but it works for me when I click the command key on the right versus the command key on the left.
Either one should work as long as you hit Command and then space quickly enough.
Okay, okay, I'm hitting command and space.
Push and hold Command and then hit space once.
I still got Siri.
So Command you have is the key to the left of the space bar.
Right.
Okay, and so we're gonna push and hold that and don't let go of it. And then we're gonna hit the space bar once and let go of it.
Okay, I have Spotlight.
Okay, that's where we want to be. So now we can type in the word, you can let go of any key that you're holding and type in the word terminal.
Enter. Okay, last login Tuesday,
Okay.
March 16th.
So now you're in the terminal. So now you can issue any of those commands that we just went over. So the first one you can do is PWD.
WD.
And hit enter. And that should return /users/your username.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and so that's telling you what your print working directory is, what PWD stands for. So that's saying what folder you're in right now. And so what we want to do is if we want to see all the files that are in that folder, we can run the command ls.
ls, enter.
And so now that should come back with documents and desktop and a bunch of other different things in there.
Right.
So what we want to do is we want to change our directory into the desktop. We want to say, instead of being in my username folder, I want to go down into the desktop folder that is in my username. So what we're going to do is we're going to type in CD and then a space, and then we're going to hit capital DES. And we're going to say, hey, computer, you're smart enough to know that I want the desktop. So hit tab.
Okay, the DES all capital?
No, just the capital D.
Capital D.
E, and then lowercase e, lowercase s. And then we're going to hit tab.
Okay, desktop.
Okay, and now hit enter. And then we can reuse some of our commands again. So if we do ls again, it's going to print all of the files that you have on your desktop.
Okay, terminal would like to access files in your desktop.
Go ahead and hit OK on that.
Okay.
And if we run pwd again, it's going to show you your file path, but instead of just saying /users/your username, it's going to say /users/your username/desktop.
Okay.
Hey, Max.
Shoot.
Yeah, I have no problem, getting to everything, but can you go over what exactly terminal is for again? Just like a overall explanation.
Yeah, so terminal is kind of the layer between the user interface and the computer's operating system. So everything that the user interface is doing is actually triggering something to run in the terminal. So there are certain things that we will need access to as developers that we can't access just through Finder, or that we can't access just through a program. So for example, when we go to run a web server, when we go to say, hey, computer, instead of going out on the internet and using this, I want to have this running on my computer. I want this developer resource available to me. We need to be able to tell the computer, hey, go start up this server. But there's no user interface for the server. There is no start server button that we can click on. So what we'll be doing is using the terminal to get into the right folder to have the server at the right spot. And then we'll be issuing a command in our terminal to tell the computer to do something that we couldn't normally do just through a user interface.
Okay, I get it now.
Hey, Mal.
Yes.
I was horrified to see that terminal was still being used after all these years. I think before I got back into careers in code, I hadn't used terminal since, I don't know, maybe the 80s.
Oh, wow.
And to come back, I shouldn't say horrified, I would say surprised. It was not an area that I wanted to revisit, but I'm glad that I did, because it does make doing some things a lot faster and easier.
Okay.
It is something that I wrestled with when I became a developer, where it was like, I don't understand why I need to use this. It's so much faster to use the mouse for everything. Like, I was getting so frustrated in the terminal. And once I had my head wrapped around, like, every command that I issue, I'm issuing while I'm inside a folder. So I need to really nail down being able to go up a folder, to be able to make a folder and go into that folder. And once you kind of get that flow down of like, what am I doing? Okay, I get CD, like CD, I'm changing directory. What's the next part of CD do? That's telling it where I want to change to. Okay, if I change to a specific name, I'm going into that folder. And if I CD space ... that means I'm moving one folder up from where I'm currently at. And so once you kind of get that flow in your head of making folders and going into folders and getting back out of folders, all of a sudden, everything else in terminal starts to click. But unless you get that core concept down, you're going to be struggling to run commands and get frustrated, like, why is this command not working? And it's because you need to tell the terminal where to run that command, and you need to be able to navigate to there in the terminal before you're able to actually run the command itself.
Okay.
Max, I did put up a link for students to a website for basic or beginner Linux navigation commands. Do you have a favorite website that you would like to recommend, or maybe someplace that they can go?
I don't off the top of my head, but I generally like anything Pluralsight puts out there. So I would say post that also, unless you've beat me to it, into the student resources channel in Slack.
Oh, it is, my link is from Pluralsight.
Yeah, I use Pluralsight a lot. Right next to DigitalOcean, I find their guide super helpful.
Okay, and I'll make sure that I put that link into the student resources channel also.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so thank you.
No problem. Carolyn, can I help you out?
Oh, it unmuted right away. This is so cool. Yeah. So I think I'm doing this right, but it's not happy. So obviously I'm not.
Okay.
I'm in, let's see, Carolyn Sprague at Carolyn S-MacBook-Pro space desktop. That's
Okay.
where I want to be, right?
Yeah, so let's run a PWD and make sure that the PWD returns that you're in desktop as well.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so now we want to see if that folder that we're about to create already exists.
Yes.
So in order to do that, we're going to ls. Yep.
Okay. Operation not permitted.
ls enter with no space, no anything after it, just ls.
Right. Operation not permitted. It was working before.
you got yourself into a sticky situation. I don't know how you got yourself into there. So what I'm going to suggest is that you just close terminal and reopen it.
All right, and the best way to do that is just to shut out the whole window, right?
Yep.
Oops, it went away. This Mac is so different. Okay, come on, where'd you go? There you go. Oh, no, I guess it's gone. All right, so start again then, right?
Yep.
Let's see here. Excuse me. I'm going to sneeze. All right, terminal. Oops. All right, and again, it's this teeny little window. All right. All right, now, all right, so Carolyn Sprague at Carolyn-MacBook-Pro.
Okay, so I always like to start with a PWD to know where we're at.
Okay. And it says, that's where I am, it says.
Okay, so we're gonna ls, and that should return documents and desktop and all of that fun stuff.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now let's cd space capital DES.
Okay.
And then hit tab, and that should fill out the rest of desktop.
Yep.
And hit enter.
Yep.
And now we're in the desktop, so we can MK, well, let's ls and see what we've got in the desktop.
Operation not permitted. And all I did was type ls. I didn't do anything else. ls, return. I'm not in caps lock. I'm not. I broke the internet. No.
So this is normally where I would want to share screen, but the problem is that you've got Zoom on a different computer, so I can't see your screen. So I would stick around after class,
okay,
and we'll figure out how to get Zoom on that laptop, and then I'll be able to help you.
I'll call you after that.
Screen share through it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, exactly. We'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. No problem.
Extra points for being dumb, I guess, right?
No.
I used to do this stuff a little bit, but it was in the context of something else and I didn't really know what I was doing. I just knew what I was supposed to type in, so.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, that's what we're doing next. I'm going to give you a bunch of things to type in and you guys are just going to run them.
We'll see. All right, thanks, Max.
No problem.
Hey, Max.
Yeah.
So I just want you to know the backstory behind when students were saying that they couldn't get the tab key to finish the autocomplete.
Yep.
I was never able to get that figured out during cohort 1. I didn't think that the explanation would be that easy. And so I was like, you know what, we're probably gonna have to take a look at their computers during office hours or something. So let me apologize for my lack of insight into that.
Well, no, I think it was Alina who said it's case sensitive, or I forget who said it, but I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot to completely mention that it's case sensitive. Like, that's one of those things that when you're using the terminal as much as you do, you don't think about case sensitivity. You learn that and you use it. So it's one of those things that when I teach it, it's an easy thing to forget. Like, oh, you have to do a capital so it knows, you know, where it's looking.
And in combination with that, I think the biggest thing was when you're doing autocomplete, you have to make sure that you're in the correct directory. You can't be, what was it? Were the students outside of desktop? Where were they?
Yeah, outside of desktop.
They were outside of desktop. So to do autocomplete, you have to be inside of desktop and
well, you have to be in the right folder. It can only autocomplete in the current directory that you're in. So if you're trying to get into desktop and you're in your users folder instead of your username folder, it doesn't know, oh, go to my username and then go to desktop. It can only do that one level.
Okay, then so not just within users, you have to be deeper than that.
Yeah, basically whatever you're auto completing, you have to be in the folder that contains what you're auto completing.
Okay, then, and the users folder for what we were doing did not contain that particular item for us to autocomplete.
Correct, yes.
Okay. That helps immensely, thank you.
Hey, Max.
Shoot.
Yeah, I lost my internet connection, so I'm gonna have to start this whole thing all over again.
Okay. The good news is we are recording on YouTube. So
okay.
You can definitely catch up there. You know, you can just
Good.
rewind the live stream back to wherever we're at. I would encourage, when did you drop out? Did you get terminal open?
Yeah.
Okay, so the good news is
the connection dropped around just before we went on to break.
Oh, okay. Then you're almost caught up all the way to the end. All we did is learned how to remove a folder and a file. And that's pretty much all we covered right before break.
Okay.
So you should be good to go. Not too much to cover there.
Okay, thanks.
Max, is it okay? I'm looking at the links and making sure I got them all for the class. And the Slack one, since I got the app, do I have to download the link?
No, as long as you have Slack installed and you're not opening Slack from the downloads folder, you're opening it from your applications folder, you can skip that. Same goes for Zoom.
I have my toolbar at the bottom.
Perfect. You're good to go then.
All right.
So we'll give everyone one more minute to come back.
And the same with Discord. If I have the app, I'm okay?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, shoot. I joined the YouTube channel via the app.
You posted a question over in Slack. Can you asked about the notes?
Yeah.
Was there a problem?
No, I added some in and I just
Mhm.
made sure they were accurate.
Oh, okay then. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
No problem.
Oh, there's shared notes in G Drive.
So are we gonna have like a Zoom meeting on Friday or do we skip Thursday?
Yeah, so definitely don't skip Thursday. Thursday is a regular class. Thank you for that reminder, Jahil. We are we will have office hours. There is an assignment in Google Classroom for filling out a website called doodle.com. If you've done it already, great, you're all set. If you haven't done it, it's super easy. You pop in there, you put in your name, and then you check off all the different times you're available. So don't just check off one, just check off as many as you can make. And then by tomorrow night's class, I'll go in there and whatever one has the most checks. I will open up this Zoom room. It will be the same Zoom link. And I will sit here for an hour. And if no one has any questions, I will surprisingly stay silent for an entire hour. Hopefully that is not the case. Hopefully you guys have lots of questions, whether you're stuck on something, whether you want to pick my brain, whatever it is. I'll sit down for an hour, either on Saturday or Sunday, whatever time is that ends up getting picked, and we'll go through office hours. If you can't make it, that's completely fine. We'll make sure that that recording gets posted on YouTube. If you cannot make it and you still have a question you would like answered, Slack it to me or post it in the you can either direct message me on Slack or you can post it in the CIC student C2 channel, and I will answer that question on the recording, and you can jump to the YouTube video and see your answer then. To Brandy's question, it might not be the same day every week, same day and time, only because it's dependent on the instructor's availability. So some instructors may not be available mornings or afternoons or whatever it is. So won't be necessarily the same time every week, but instructors will ask on Monday what the best time is for everyone. Last cohort, it naturally came about that the same time was generally good for everyone. And so it was generally around the same time, but I can't promise that it will be that way. So fill out the doodle poll, provide times that you're available. And then tomorrow, if I don't, remind me at the beginning of class, and I will tell you what the results are and tell you what time office hours will be either on Saturday or Sunday.
Cool. But what about Friday? We do Friday too, right?
Friday, Dana or
I can see Friday.
Well, I didn't know. Was there a career thing that Laura was going to do on Friday?
So I'm not in the loop yet as to what is on Laura's agenda. I'll pull it up in the email, but I can tell you that yes, there, as a matter of fact, there's something scheduled for 5 o'clock for the students. And then there's also something scheduled for 5:30. I know that at 5:30, anyone who wants to tour Common Space, they can do that. Just give me a quick second.
And Laura did say in chat that every other Friday is career coaching as a group. So it is almost office hours for the career coaching. I know that there is a certain requirement for meeting with Laura a certain number of times, career-wise, to make sure that certain requirements are getting met. But I believe the first Friday group coaching for career stuff is this Friday. And if Laura, you're listening, if you could give us a time, whether that's at 5 or 5:30, and we'll see if there is an issue with drop in as needed, check out the video on Slack that got emailed to everyone. And if you missed it, let me or Laura know and we can get it resent to you.
Let me just make sure that she's unable to unmute herself. Let's see.
I believe she can. I think she's
Yeah, can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I'm not hooked up to my normal desk area. So yeah, let me just talk it. So the group coaching is just open hours for where our touch points requirements are at least every other week. So I'm going to be tracking how many times we connect, and that I did an explainer video that is in Slack, and I think it was added to the portal under student resources, student services. And it explains all of the touch points we're supposed to have, how you can do them, when we can meet. I also sent an email, so if you didn't get that, let me know so I can make sure I have your right email. I also sent invites so you could just add it to your calendar, and I added it to the calendar that Dana made, so it kind of just is there. So group coaching is just for, I don't have anything specific I want to talk about. I just want to jump in and ask a quick question, and that can count as a touch point. It's going to take a while for us to roll into this because you're just getting started and it's a lot to do. And the until we've talked about what we're going to do, you don't really know what to do. So I didn't plan one for tomorrow, but if anybody wants me to, we can. So the group coaching is 6 to 7 on Fridays.
So if you're doing the Common Space tour, that may overlap for this week. But next week, now that we know the time period, keep that in your head of there are certain requirements of a certain number of touch points you need to make. But Laura's definitely a resource to use. So, questions about interviewing, questions about finding jobs, questions about resumes, anything like that, Laura is a resource to hit up for that. And Fridays from 6 to 7 is just the open door policy. And I'm guessing I would check the calendar invite for the Zoom meeting link. It may be this one or it may be different.
Yeah, it's a different one. I'm using my own personal one, so it is a different one. Like I said, if you didn't get the invites or the emails, just let me know and I'll send that material to you so you have all the times. And we have modules to go over everything as well too, as far as the first one is setting up, and we'll do action plans, and then we're going to do resumes. And every third week we have a module to cover. So we'll get it all there. But yeah, the first group coaching is going to be next Friday from 6 to 7. I didn't want to overwhelm you all. By the time you're done with this tomorrow, you need a break. We don't need to do Friday too.
Everyone's going to be sick of me. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So take Friday to take a breather, and we'll start the career coaching group stuff next week.
Perfect.
What you can do is you can put any links or reminders in the chat. Students, feel free to copy any links, any notes from the chat into a personal Word or text document that you may have that's in the chat that you feel is worth keeping. I also want to mention that the Common Space tour, which is going to be this Friday, is at 201 East Jefferson Street. That's here in downtown Syracuse. If you know where Subway is in Pavone's Pizza, the doorway to, actually, no, this is the Jefferson Street side. Okay, never mind. 201 Jefferson Street. It's kitty corner, like right around the corner from Subway. Someone will meet you all at the door to make sure that you can get in. I will be here on site if you're going to come and do a live tour, and it will not overlap if you want to do a check-in with Laura on that day.
What time?
5 o'clock.
Until?
5 to 5:30.
Cool, yeah. Will there be another tour? I don't know, because I'm out of town probably this week and next week.
We haven't planned one. What I can do is I can stream it maybe I can set something up and just walk around with my computer or my phone to also provide a virtual tour. How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. Yeah, that would work.
All right, I'll get it set up.
Cool. Thank you.
No problem.
So I'm going to try and honor my my promise. I'm going to leave the next 30 minutes open to just get these things installed, and we're going to save Hello World for tomorrow. So if you head to the Google Drive, and this is I've got I can just copy and paste the link in chat because that's probably easier. I just sent a link in the chat. You guys should be able to pop that open and see it. It is also in the Google Classroom Drive under Module 1, and the document is called To Install. So there are a bunch of things in here. Let me run through them before you install anything. So the first one is called Homebrew. It is affectionately known as brew on the Mac because that is the command that you issue in your terminal. Homebrew is the Mac's version of a package manager. So a package manager is just this giant repository of all of these plugins and apps and different things. And so Homebrew is what you use to install a lot of developer tools on your computer. So what you're going to do is copy both lines of that bin bash in the HTTPS URL. Anything that looks like it should be in the terminal is what you want to copy. And then you're going to hop over into your terminal and hit paste, and then hit enter to run the command. If it asks you for your sudo password, the sudo password is the password to the account on your Mac. So when you first turn on your computer and you type in your password, that's going to be the sudo password. If you don't have a password when you turn on your Mac, you can just hit enter there and it should run. Now, and a very important thing to note here, when you type a password into the terminal, you're going to think that you're not typing. Nothing shows up. That is something that no one explained to me when I started using the terminal. And I was like, I can't type in my password. I promise you the password is typing in. So if it asks you for your password, type in your password. It will look like nothing is typing and hit enter. And then it will either tell you if that's the right password and it will start running it, or it will give you an error for the wrong password and let you go from there. Kyle, question.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if you have to be in any particular directory when you paste that in to install.
Great question. No, you do not.
Okay.
From there, this is all cumulative. So if you can't get Homebrew installed, you're not going to be able to install the following things on this list. From there, once you get it installed, there's going to be a ton of text that pops up. You're going to know that it's doing something, and at the end, it's going to say install successful or something like that. You are going to install Node from there. Node is primarily used for server-side applications. It is how we run JavaScript locally on our computer without being in a browser. So we are going to install Node next, and we're going to install Node using Brew. From there, we are going to install something called Git. Git is a source control program. It is how developers manage and work on code together. Once you've made it to there, you have made it out of the terminal for a little while. You've escaped. The next thing you're going to install is called Git Kraken. Git Kraken is a program Karen is going to teach you to use, and it's going to help you interact with Git without requiring you to do everything in the terminal that I know you have all deeply fallen in love with tonight. From there, you're going to go to github.com and create an account. If you already have an account, you're fine. You can use that existing one. If you don't have an account, it's a free account. It won't ask you for a credit card or anything like that. Steamrolling from there, this is an optional install, but this is a program called Bitwarden. It is a password manager. I am not the one teaching the security module, but I cannot tell you how many accounts you are going to create as a developer. And they're all going to have different passwords, and they all have different lengths. length requirements and symbols and all of that kind of stuff. If you're already using a password manager, that is fine. Continue using that. If you've got a system for remembering all of your passwords, even if it means a notebook under your keyboard, that is fine. Continue to use it. But if you don't have a password manager system, I highly recommend that you use one. I'm not going to go through all the instructions of this, but the basic concept is you have one master password that stores all of your other passwords with it. And so what this allows you to do is keep track of all of your passwords without them entering the black hole of Chrome remembering them for you, or Safari, or anything like that. So again, not a requirement to use this password manager, but I highly recommend that you do. From there, you're going to install VS Code. VS Code is the text editor that we are going to use to write all of our code in, starting tomorrow and going all the way through to the end of the program. All of these programs are free. Once you have made it all the way down to the last step for the optional ones, you see something that says clone GitHub repo. That's a trick one for you because we're going back to the terminal to run that. If you have issues with that, I will be able to help you tomorrow or during office hours, but that is the only command that you will want to CD into a directory before you run that. What that is going to do is that is going to copy a bunch of code onto your computer from our Git repository. So wherever you run the command is where that folder is going to get created. So if you want to CD to your desktop first, or even make a folder in your desktop and CD into that, and then run that clone command, you can. The last three are things that if you don't already have, you should install. If you do already have them, that's fine. You can skip those steps. The only thing I will call out on Zoom is if you see something that says download for Apple Silicon, you will want that one for your computers and not the regular download button. Okay, diatribe over. Kyle, question. Okay, Shanita, question.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. I had to switch over from my other computer, my other laptop, into the Mac to open up the Zoom. So now I don't have the history of the chat. Would it be possible to repaste the how to get to where we're talking about? I'm sorry.
Sure can, no problem. I didn't know that Zoom didn't keep track of the chat history.
It normally does. That was it. Normal any other time I've done it has. So this is, I know.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, if you can I get a hand raise if you don't know how to install an application on the Mac? All right, you've had the chance. So I'm gonna, okay. So to install an application on a Mac, there are two ways of doing it, and it is up to the maker of the app to choose how they are going to install it. What is gonna happen is you're gonna download something, and it is going to say zoom.dmg. DMG stands for disk image. And so what the equivalent of that is putting a CD into your computer, or let me be a little bit more modern, a flash drive into your computer. So when you open up that DMG, it's going to pop open a window. In that window, there are going to be two different kinds that may show up. If it has the icon and then an arrow and then the applications folder, what you're going to do is grab that icon and drag it into your applications folder. Do not open the app from that window. If you see the application icon and arrow and your applications folder, drag it into there and then close the window. What you will then want to do is go into your applications folder and open the app that you just installed from that folder. If you do not see the applications folder, that is using an installer package or wizard. So all you have to do is double click on it. And if you get a window that says continue, you keep on hitting continue and it will install it for you.
And the applications window is where?
So when you download any of the things on the list that are not in the terminal, and you open that download, it's going to give you one of two different windows. If it gives you a window that has the applications folder, you just have to drag and drop the application you just downloaded into the folder. If it does not have an applications folder, that means you just double click on it and hammer on the continue button.
Got it.
Latanya, I would not worry about reinstalling Zoom if it is already working.
Wait, how do I download the homebrew? It's not working.
Homebrew, you're going to copy that command and paste it into terminal.
Okay.
Where my internet went down, so I missed a couple of minutes and I had to reboot my internet.
If you head to the chat in Zoom, there is a Google Docs link in there.
Okay.
And that is going to have the list of everything that we're working to install.
There we go. Okay.
If it looks like it's in typewriter font, that means you're going to copy and paste that command into your terminal. The link is on the classroom, Mel. You have to go into the Google Drive. And if you can't get into the drive, you can also go to links to save. The document link is also in the Zoom chat.
This might sound like a stupid question, but it says that it needs the sudo access password, which you said was the password to our Mac, but it's not letting me type it into the terminal.
Okay, so you may not think you're typing, you actually are. So hold in the delete key for a couple seconds to clear everything out. When you type in your password, it's not going to look like it is typing. It actually is. So when you're done typing your password, hit enter, and it will either tell you your password is wrong or it will continue on with the install.
Okay, it's continuing. Thank you.
That is something that Linux decided and is legacy from 50 years ago. Passwords just don't show up while you type them.
Okay. So the first step. Go ahead. So the first step is to install Homebrew, and I see the type font here.
Yep.
And
so you're going to copy that command. You're going to highlight it in Google Docs, not Homebrew : just starting with the bin bash, going all the way to that last quote. You're going to copy that. You're going to head to your terminal.
Right.
And you're going to just hit Command V.
Command V.
Or edit paste, or however you normally paste, and hit enter. And that should take you to the step that Alina was at where you enter your password.
Okay. Copy. And then put this in the terminal.
Excuse me, Max.
Yes.
So I have Homebrew installed. I'm working on 2 Macs. So I'm trying to do both of them. It says that installed successfully, but then when I look at the node, I put that in and hit enter, and I got an error message on both of them. One of them says command not found, and the other one says no similarly named formula found. Does that make any sense?
For no command found, you are going to want to restart terminal by quitting it and reopening it.
Okay.
And for node, standby for no command found. I will run that and see.
So I quit it and open it back up. You're saying it's all set now?
Try running brew install node and see if you get no formula found.
Yep, the command not found. I got that again.
Yeah.
Has
So
anyone gotten node installed?
No.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say that yeah, I got I guess Homebrew installed, but every time I keep on pasting in brew install node, it's not. I keep on getting no, I think ZSH command not found brew.
Okay, I'm gonna add another command to the sheet.
Export path. Ooh.
Try running that and then restart terminal and then try your node command.
Command not found brew. I'll type it again. Export path equals. Let's see.
Mel,
Yep.
the link to the document is in the classroom drive. It's not in the classroom itself. So if you go to links to save, there is a link to the Google Drive in there, and there are a bunch of files in module 1 that you can find.
I thought so it's not to install. That's not the document to go to.
No, to install. You're in the right document.
Okay, so I copied export path is in quotations user local path, then and I'm pasting it in.
Yep.
And now I have it's blank, but I mean it looks like it's good. Now I'm gonna copy brew install node. I'm putting it through, and it says Z sh command not found brew.
Mine looks like I'm not typing anything. I don't know where I messed up.
I'll screenshot it.
Can you try rebooting?
Oh,
I'm
yes.
wondering if a reboot is required after you install brew.
Okay.
Meanwhile, while we're figuring out brew, I would continue down the list, starting with Git Kraken and creating your account at GitHub and VS Code. Those are all downloads that don't require the terminal.
You said if it's not working to restart our computers?
Let's let one person do that and see if it helps before I send everyone out of the room.
Okay.
Well, I should do it first. Is that what you're saying?
If you could, that would be appreciated.
Oh yeah, then I'll reset my computer.
Thanks.
Yeah.
No problem. All right,
and
peace
that-
out. I'll be back in maybe a couple of minutes.
And when I went through your instructions for the first link for GNOME, I think, I got a whole bunch of code that jumped in there, and then software update tool, finish available software, downloading command line tools for Xcode. Did it go in?
Did you get to the Git? What command did you run?
The first first link at the top of that.
That bin bash GitHub user content.
Let me go back to Chrome and see.
So if it's it is asking you to install the Xcode developer tools, you should go ahead and let it do that.
Okay. Terminal. So finding available software, download command line tools, installing command line tools for Xcode. Download it. Is it so that means it's in, is that right?
Do you want to share your screen?
Sure. Host disable participant screen sharing.
Stand by. Okay, try again.
Desktop I won.
Yeah.
That right?
Are you busy? / want to help me? Okay, you're busy. Because I'm trying to download all of this stuff on the computer.
Alina, I'm gonna mute you.
Allow apps to record the content. Okay, so choose Zoom or something. Allow the apps below to record the contents of your screen. While
Yeah, you'll have to check off Zoom there. If it doesn't let you, you may have to click on the lock in the bottom left.
Okay. I can't find, okay, hacker.
And it is okay to install the command line developer tools while installing brew.
I'm trying to find Zoom. The app to, oh, there it is. Quit and reopen. Is that what I'm doing?
And you'll
Matt,
have to
are you able to-
rejoin the video.
Because I can't see it, I'm just still seeing all the participants. Can anyone, Max, are you able to see his screen?
No, he had to give permissions on his Mac.
Oh, okay.
And so he was just going through those settings.
Okay, thank you. While he's doing that, Carolyn had her hand up. Are you able to take a question from her?
Shoot.
Me again. It's just the old PC versus Mac. Trying to drag and drop the applications into the application folder and everything. I'm just having a really hard time. It's doing everything that I wouldn't expect it to do.
Can you elaborate a little more?
For example, the Get Kraken.
Yep.
You know, I installed it, all that stuff, and then there's an icon appearing on my desktop, which I'm not sure if it's the install or it's the full application, but I want to try and drag it into the applications folder. And
so Get Kraken, I'm checking right now. Kyle, if you run into that issue, hit OK and just try it again. That's an Apple issue where if you just try it enough times, it will finally let you get that download and get it started. So Carolyn, for Get Kraken, if it's on your desktop, it shouldn't be. So go ahead and delete that.
Okay.
And what we're gonna do here, let me share this screen.
How do I get back to the desktop? Alt tab doesn't.
So Alt tab is just going to take you through your windows. So you'd have to minimize your windows to get back. Okay.
There we go.
When you download Get Kraken, it's going to download one file that says in your downloads folder called install getkraken.dmg.
Mm-hmm.
We open that up. We're going to get a window that looks just like this. Right.
Yep.
And this is what I'm saying. If there's an arrow on it, all we need to do is grab this, click and drag, and drop it onto application.
I was trying that. Do I use the command key to do that?
No, just drag and drop.
How do you, well, I tried like clicking on the bottom left of the trackpad.
You want to click and hold and then drag your finger over.
Okay, I got to get used to it. Is there another way to do it? Like a command button way or?
No, you have to drag and drop or being able to highlight things on the Mac is going to be a requirement.
Yeah, got to get used to it. All right, I'll figure it out.
GitHub is not a download. You are just creating an account for it, and then you'll be using that account and Get Kraken down the road. Shahil, how did you make out?
Yeah, so it's still giving me the same results, the ZHS thing, but I don't know. It might be me. I mean, obviously it's me. It might be user error. I'm assuming.
No, I don't think it is you this time. Can you do me a favor and run the command which WHICH space brew BREW?
Yep. With a space in between?
Yes.
Okay. Brew not found. What? Okay, cool. I'm gonna copy and paste the installation again.
I'm a little stumped on why we are having trouble installing Brew.
Let's see. Now it says dequote command sub st.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah. Yep. Let's see.
Susan made it through on Brew. Do you have any tips for us?
Oh, got any tips?
Oh, you're muted.
It just takes a long time. Like it's probably been running this entire time that I put in Get Kraken and Like it's been like longer than 5 minutes. You just have to let it run. Once you think you put in your password, I think it just goes.
And were you able to get Node working as well?
Well, now I didn't do anything yet. I don't know what I was supposed to do. Just type Node, like I didn't know.
It's brew space install space Node.
Okay, I'm gonna do that now.
Cool.
Okay, and Jahil, I would say it's both the first line and the second line that you need there. So going all the way up to the quote. If you go back
Oh,
into
yeah,
the
yeah,
Google
yeah,
Doc,
yeah.
it's
The
both
first,
lines.
yeah, the first time I did this, I copied the HTTP link too.
And hit Control C there because you're stuck in a command. And now paste it. And then that's going to be your Mac password.
Right.
And then enter to continue. Okay, and give that a second to run.
Yeah, last time it changed colors. Like first it was green, and then the text became like, I don't know, I was like brown.
I'm gonna the thing that I just highlighted in the Google Doc, the export path equals user local bin. If anyone has gotten brew to install, that's the command you'll want to run next.
Okay.
But you cannot run that until you have brew finished installing. So if it's sitting on the download command line tools, just let it do that for a while.
Oh yeah, this is different for sure, for sure.
Okay.
Cool.
And Ariel or anyone else who has gotten brew installed, if you run that export path and then quit terminal and reopen it, and then try your brew install node, and hopefully that will get you in.
Good.
And remember what I said on day one? We celebrate different errors. This is you living it right now. Whenever you get to a different error, we are going to celebrate that, and we can do that together. So if you're stuck or if you made it past a certain point, feel free to unmute and share.
There's a question in the chat. It says, did everyone else's brew say something about a warning for path?
That I think that's where everyone's stuck, is that ZSH command not found brew. Susan, did you try quitting terminal and reopening it?
Yes.
Let me check to see.
In the export path, is there supposed to be a E in between the S and the R?
Repeat the question.
For the
No, there
export-
isn't.
There isn't? Okay, never mind then. I have no clue then.
Hi, so quick question. When we're putting in that export path,
that's not going directly into the command line, correct?
It is.
Okay, so when that appears to do nothing, is that normal or?
Try running brew after it. Just type in brew enter and see if anything happens.
Not found.
Okay.
I was just making sure it wasn't just me. Okay, thank you.
Just type in brew.
Oh, you know what? This is a more modern. I just changed the command in the Google Doc for anyone who has gotten brew to install, but is getting command not found.
Okay.
Try running that echo export pass. And then you're also going to want to run
Oh boy.
In my command line before the close caret, I have D quote space CMDSUBST. Is that what should be?
Hit Control C. You got something stuck in a quote. You put an open quote in without the closing quote.
Oh, Control C. Excuse me.
There. Yes, Control C.
All right, now I'm back at
sharing your screen.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No problem.
So I'm back at the desktop. So I
Okay.
have to go back into my directory.
Could someone share their screen that has brew installed but is hitting brew command not found?
Here you go.
Okay, and did you run both the echo and the source?
I tried that first link. Right, isn't that it right there? Export, right? And then hit brew and brew not found.
That's what I'm missing. Those next steps, can you copy both that echo oprin brew? Hold on, stay right there. Okay, yeah, perfect. So you copy the new echo export pass from the Google Doc.
You may do that now.
Yes.
Okay, that's the echo.
Yeah.
Yep.
So copy that one, that whole line, and paste that into your terminal.
Enter.
Yep. And then you're gonna go grab that other source, ZSH.
What is that? I don't know what's going on.
And you're gonna copy that one.
Why is that popping up?
If you click too hard, it opens the dictionary.
Got it. Control, no, Command C, and go to the terminal. And then Command B.
All right, we're gonna celebrate Shaw made it through. You got brew and git installed. And
yeah, it's still not finished, I guess, installing.
okay,
But,
that's let it sit. It might take a while. Okay, that source is what Z profile is what it's using. Corey, try quitting out of terminal and reopening it.
Okay. I don't remember how to do that. Just close it.
Yep.
Okay. And then reopening the terminal. Is that right down below?
So okay, so here's an important point. Closing and quitting do not mean the same thing on the Mac. So closing is when you hit the little red button. Quitting means when you go up to terminal in the top left and drop all the way down to quit. And so what we need to do is quit terminal, not just close terminal. And
Got
so
it.
when you quit it, now it's going to disappear from your dock.
Right.
You can now
Command
space
Shift.
and go to terminal, type in terminal.
Right. Terminal.
And if anyone needs to run, we're going to pick it up here tomorrow. So if you are stuck, if you are frustrated, know that we will pick up here tomorrow. So do not feel like you need to stick around. You can totally keep trying on your own, and I'm gonna stay here for at least the next half hour or so to try and get you through it.
Oh, that's cool.
So Corey, go ahead and try and run the command brew now.
Just type brew.
Yep, and hit enter. All right, Susan, share the love. How did you get brew to work?
She's still muted.
Okay, so I
Oh.
did what you said. I got that, and then basically I did the two things you've added, the export, the echo export, and then the one you had under. You just enter it and you don't see anything happening, like nothing shows up on your screen. So he should enter the echo export line and then enter the source line, and then you can go and do brew install node and brew install git, and they will work. They will come. That's what I did, basically. You just don't see anything happening in the first two things you do.
Do you know if you ran that exact echo export or if it was the one I had in before it?
I did a copy paste, but I don't know which one. I think it was the second one.
Did it look like that?
I don't remember.
It was the second one. It worked exactly the same for me as it did for Susan, and it was that last one, not the first one.
Thank you very much. All right, Corey, let's go back to terminal.
Shantina has her hand up, Matt.
Sure, shoot. Shantina.
I'm sorry, I think I have it.
Okay.
I should put my hand down, sorry. Thank you.
No problem. We're gonna go back to terminal.
And Carolyn has her hand up.
Carolyn, where are you at?
Totally. I got, I entered the, anyway, I got all the way down. I typed in the command brew and it said command not found. And then I was trying to understand what you were saying about echo export.
Yep.
And there's a space, right? So I did that and I hit enter. And then I wrote the word source, but there's probably more to it.
Yeah, source, and then it's probably easier to copy and paste it from the Google Doc.
Okay, which the one on Google Drive, you just updated that one?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I wasn't sure. All right. Let's see. Source.
Is anyone else stuck somewhere?
Oh, am I not looking at the right one?
Go ahead, Brielle.
So I got brew installed, and then I was trying to do the brew install node, and I got to a point where it says ICU4C is keg only, which means it was not sim linked into opt homebrew because Mac OS provides libicucore.dylib, but nothing else. And then it has, if you have ICU4C first in your path, run these echoes for compilers to find ICU4C. You may
I'm
need
going to cut you
set
off.
Export.
Try and run the command node space -v.
So an actual space?
Yes.
node space dash V. The letter V, not B.
Yes.
V.
V is in Victor, lowercase v.
And I got v15.11.0.
Congratulations, you have node version 15 installed.
Okay. So then
So
it's done, even though
then it's done. All you have to do is
Okay.
install Git with brew
Mhm.
and you'll get
Okay.
that set.
Okay. All right. I was thinking that there was something missing from the
See,
way
we
it ended
suffer
there.
together. That is how we work.
All right,
Susan, where
thank
you at? No problem.
My
Congrats.
question is the clone GitHub repro, that is not something I'm installing. That's just a link to stuff we need.
That's a terminal command that you're going to run.
Oh.
But you're going to run that where you would like the code folder to be created. So if you want that on your desktop, you're going to cd space capital D lowercase s top.
And then
then copy and paste that in.
Just copy and paste git clone.
And the long URL with it.
Oh, the whole. I see. Okay. All right. I close my terminal. I will go back to that and try this.
Yep. Just make sure you CD to wherever you want that folder to be created. And then you'll notice on your desktop that there is a new folder called Careers in Code Classroom Codebase. And that is where we're going to get everyone to by tomorrow so that we can start editing the code.
So I'm back in my terminal. How do I know again whether I'm in me or in like the main? Because I want to be in me, right?
You want to be, yes. So run pwd first.
Oh, right.
And that's going to tell you /user/Susan.
Yep.
And then you want to go to your desktop. So you want to cd space desktop with a capital D.
Yep. Okay.
And now if you run that git clone, it's going to put a whole bunch of text in your terminal again.
Okay.
And then if you look on your desktop, there's going to be a folder with 2 folders in it with a bunch of other folders in those folders.
All right.
And then you have officially made it to the end. Congrats. All right, Kyle, where are we at?
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
I was just wondering on the Git Kraken one, how do I get back to where I wanted to install those developer tools? What was it called? Command line tools?
Yep.
I can't find where to ask it to do that again.
If you, was it installing Brew? Can anyone else chime in there that got them to install the command line tools?
No, this was in Git Kraken. It was just like a download thing that, that it wanted to, it said the software update website didn't have it or something like that. And I just want to ask it to look for those again. I tried doing check for system updates. It didn't do anything.
If you do the first, if you get Git installed in Brew, it should automatically download that for you, and Git Kraken and Git both share those command line tools.
Okay, so it already has them through the other installs that I just completed.
It should, yeah. If
Okay.
it's letting you open Git Kraken without complaining that it doesn't have the command line tools, they automatically got installed in another
Okay.
install.
All right, thanks.
I think Brandy had a question.
Go ahead.
Brandy?
Brandy, your volume's super low. I can barely hear you.
Brandy, did you have a question?
Your volume's still super low, but I heard you say no. So I'm going to open the floor up to someone else.
Thank you.
Okay, so should I start the first link to try to reinstall the first program?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Someone else, give me a sign. Where are you at? Are you stuck somewhere? Are you making it through?
I just finished with Kraken, so now, and I already have GitHub and VS Code, so I'm trying to do Bitwarden.
And again, Bitwarden's completely optional. Bitwarden will do you no good unless you want to use a password manager. But as password managers go, I encourage you to get that set up and use it because you will get lost in how many passwords that you have as a developer. I celebrated the anniversary of my password manager by having 1,000 passwords to keep track of in it. And so you easily lose track of all the passwords that you're using, and Bitwarden is just a secure way to stay on top of them. But Bitwarden's, again, not a requirement. I can't force you to use it. It won't do you any good if you install it and forget about it. But if you need a recommendation for a good free one, Bitwarden is what I can recommend.
Now, should this cracking be a trial? Mine is saying, welcome to your 6-day trial.
If it is, as long as you don't have to put in a credit card, the trial will automatically convert to the free version. Okay. And that's completely fine.
Okay, thanks.
Awesome. Congrats, Susan. Okay, so Carolyn, that sudo password is what the password to your Mac is. So when you type that in, it's not going to look like it's typing any characters. That
explains.
So,
all right.
And then just hit enter. Congrats,
so
Dominique.
There's like a, right next to the colon after password, it looks like a key.
Yep.
And I don't see any my cursor's in, but just click on that and then go ahead and put it in. All right, that's what I was wondering. And I know you explained that, but I was in the middle of another
all good.
It's cool, you get it. All right, thank you.
I'm hoping our dwindling numbers mean we're making successes.
And then once we get the program to I redid the first link, go to Echo and put the second link in.
Yep. Okay. And hit enter on that, and then use that third one as well. And then restart your terminal for good measure, and brew install node should be working.
Okay.
Do you have another question?
Shoot. Kyle?
Yeah, I'm through almost everything here. I'm at the clone GitHub repo, and I remember you said there was somewhere special we were supposed to run that.
Yeah, so you want to make sure that wherever you're cloning that is where you want the folder to be created. So I'm guessing that most people will want that to be on their desktop. So what you can do is cd space desktop with a capital D, and then run that git clone command and make sure you have the whole URL in there with it.
Okay. Thanks.
And apologies for advance if you can hear my dog chewing on a bone. She has had enough of me working.
So it's the password we have for our GitHub account then, or for our MacBook?
For your MacBook.
Okay, which are similar but not exactly the same. Okay, that explains it.
And if you use Password Warden, you can keep track of both of them.
We will do this very soon. Yeah, I have good passwords, but then thank you. All right, so it's my Mac.
Yeah, yes. Mac, when you mentioned your dog chewing on the bone, I was chewing some salad shortly after break, and I was like, well, I'll continue to eat my salad and I'll put myself on mute. And I looked over and I was horrified because I wasn't on mute, and I smacked so loud when I'm chewing croutons and all that other stuff. And so I'm going to review this footage to see if I'm smacking.
Well, I don't know if you can tell, but it looks like I have a little mole here. That's actually a microphone that they use on stage for actors and all of that, which is great because it doesn't pick up my keyboard while I'm typing. But the problem is when I go to sip my tea, it's so close to my mouth that I'm like, oh my God, if I ever sip when I'm not on mute.
Wow, I would have never noticed it unless you said something. I thought maybe that was just an effect of your virtual background.
No, it loops around both my ears and then it comes out, and that's the microphone.
I see it now. That's call center microphones. Those are nice.
So I have a question. So I tried to run the git clone through the terminal.
Yep.
I did cd space desktop, and then I copied / and then I copied and pasted the link.
Okay, so
but
two separate things.
My desktop.
CD desktop enter.
Oh, okay.
And that's what's going to get you onto your desktop. Then you can run a PWD to make sure that you're now in your desktop.
Okay.
And now you can copy that whole git clone and the long URL.
But it didn't pop up on my desktop.
After you ran git clone?
Yeah.
What did
Did I
it
run
say
it wrong?
anything in the git clone?
It's no such file or directory. That's what it says.
After I help Corey, can you share your screen?
I can't because I'm not on Zoom on the computer. I'm
Okay.
doing it on my other computer. Sorry.
So when you run your PWD, you're definitely in your desktop.
Yes.
And when you copy and paste the git clone, it's literally the words git space clone space and then the long URL.
Oh, okay. I'm supposed to do the git clone first, not just the URL. That makes sense.
You got it. Sorry, the line wraps in Google Docs make it look like it's two separate commands and there's no way to like not make it wrap those lines.
Okay.
All
there we
right,
go.
Corey.
It's on my screen now.
Try and run brew. Corey.
Yes, yeah, okay.
And then enter.
Again,
Okay, you're in. You got brew installed. So now you can brew install node.
oh, put that text right there. Okay. Brew.
Latanya, I see your note. So are you all set with the last question? You said, should Bitwarden just be local on the computer or as a browser?
You can
Yeah, I
use
mean, I
it.
poked around in there and I went into the settings and I don't see a way. I mean, I guess I can just add a bookmark in, but right now it's just on my computer and I didn't know if that's the way it's supposed to be because it's a protection thing.
It's not necessarily a protection thing. It's more just a place for you to store all of your passwords.
Okay.
And so having it downloaded and installed is the important thing. The hard part about a password manager is remembering to use it. But once you do use it and start storing your passwords in it, you'll be amazed at how nice it is to have all your passwords together in one place.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I think I'm all set on that one.
All right.
And I can work on this other one on my own. I don't know why it's not working, but I just figured I'd focus on one device for now.
Well, I'm happy to stick around
okay.
if you do have questions. Corey, I'm going to ask you to stop sharing your screen just in case anyone else needs help, but you're on the right track there. You just have to hit enter to run that.
Got it. Perfect.
Carolyn has her hand raised.
Go for it.
Stop sharing.
Carolyn, question?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was waiting for somebody else. Yeah, I'm celebrating a small victory. I've got the script will be installed and it lists, the homebrew, bin, brew, home, Then the following new directories will be created. It goes on down the line with those. And then press return to continue or any other key to abort. And I didn't want to do anything until I knew it was good.
Return, baby.
Cool. Now, it's doing all this stuff. It tells me it's searching online and command software update tool, finding available software. That's all good?
That's all good. And that step takes a couple minutes. So just be patient and then you'll get it.
It's good. Software finding. And then after that is when I type in brew.
Brew install node, yes.
Oh, that's the next.
I'm sorry. You're going to do the echo after you get that, and then the source, and then the brew install node.
Okay.
See,
and
Dina,
then,
I was going to let you have all of this fun on all the computers before
and then
you
I
shipped
run
them.
the brew command and it should do something.
Yes. Yeah.
Like blow up my house or something.
Absolutely. Yeah. If the lights start to dim, you're doing something right.
Oh, cool. Oh, thank you so much. This is interesting. All right.
She said, this is interesting. That's the
it's just I get all this stuff, but then when it comes to putting it into pieces, and I'm not ragging on Macs, it's just I haven't used a Mac for years. And I'm going to do stuff and it's like windows are flying off the screen and so it's like the logistical part of my Mac and I aren't getting along quite yet, but we'll get there. It's an awesome machine and we will get there.
And so one thing that might help you is that any mouse that works on a Windows will also work on the Mac. And so if you're struggling with the trackpad, going to an external mouse is the way to go.
Actually, I have not used the mouse in years, and I don't know if I know how to use one anymore. I'm so used to the trackpad on my Toshiba. I just love it.
That's fair.
So yeah, this is very helpful though. And you're available after midnight. I'm kidding. I really appreciate your help.
No
So
problem.
We're getting there.
Can I help anyone else?
Thank you.
So the remaining program, you just hit the upper hand corner button for it to download like a regular software.
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Yep, and all of that software, you either, if the arrow shows up, you're going to just drag it into applications. And if there is no arrow in applications, you just double click on it to install it.
Got it. Thank you. Oh, maybe that's hiding over there. No, that's you guys.
Latanya, if you get to the end of the terminal commands, you should be able to run the command node space -v. V is in Victor, lowercase. And if you hit enter on that, you're going to get something that says v.15. something something something. And that is.
Can you put that in the sheet? Do you mind?
Yeah.
Okay. On this other Mac, I have brew. It went through, it told me it was successful. And when I do which brew, it says user without the E, local bin brew. But then the other stuff is not working for whatever reason. And I've tried this echo like a number of times, but I'll try it again just in case it's temperamental.
What the heck happened to? Didn't. So let me go back to the classroom.
And Brandy, while he's working things out with Latanya, we do see your comment that you want to share your screen because you're stuck with terminal.
Yep, Brandy, whenever you're ready, you can share your screen. And Latanya, I'll come back for you.
Okay.
Go back to the classroom. Use your links.
Brandy, down at the bottom, there's going to be a green button that says share screen. And if it, and then you can pick screen 1, it may pop up and ask for permission for you to do that. And so what you're going to have to do is click on that open system preferences button. And then once you have that open, you're going to scroll down on the list until you see Zoom and hit the little checkbox on that. And then it's going to ask you to restart Zoom. So when you do that, it's going to boot you out of the meeting. But when Zoom restarts, you can join the meeting again and you should be able to share your screen. And while Brandy's working on that, and Brandy, if you run into any issues, I'm watching chat so I can answer any of those. Latanya, can you give me where you're stuck again?
So I'm still trying to get from brew to node. And
Okay.
I keep getting this message. It says, no similarly named formula I found, no available formula or cask with the name node. It was migrated from homebrew cask to homebrew core.
Yeah.
Base. Is that making any sense?
Unfortunately, 15 years of being a developer have really screwed me over for understanding weird error messages.
Okay.
Try quitting your terminal and reopening it.
Okay.
And then try, you don't have to go anywhere, just brew install node again.
Okay.
Where are the links for the downloads again?
In the easiest place is probably to scroll up in the Zoom chat to grab it. You can also go to the Google Classroom Drive and grab it from there.
Zoom chat, scroll up. And go up.
Hey Max, what should come up when you type in node-v.
Node space dash v. It should say v dot 15 dot something something something.
Okay. Do the same thing for Git.
No, Git has a different version command, but I don't know what. If you run Git and it returns a whole bunch of text, that means that's installed as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like I'm solid on the one Mac. The other one, I'll just let it rest. Sometimes it overheat. It could just be that, it just needs a break. And I'll try it again tomorrow. It happens to me all the time, Miss Dana.
Try instead of brew install node, try brew install NVM. N is in node, V is in Victor, M is in Mary, all lowercase.
Okay, and all together, those three.
Correct. Brew space install space NVM, no space.
Okay. So it still has the error message, but it's just worded differently. And the last one is no formula found in taps. And then it has the base in parentheses in my directory path.
So formula is basically brew speak for saying it understands what you're trying to install.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm trying to figure out why your formulas are like missing.
And now it's saying searching for similarly named formula, but it has LAE. That's why I keep saying it the other way. Searching for previously deleted formula in the last month. And the other one is searching taps on GitHub.
And then
send you a screenshot so you can.
Yeah, if you can, that'd be great.
Can I send it through Slack? Like where should I
Yep,
send it?
that's fine. Brandy, welcome back. Should get into screen share. Okay, awesome. Corey, Carolyn, how we doing?
I couldn't, somehow my chat ended at 8:22. I couldn't go higher. So I was trying to find.
I'll grab the link for you.
Well, Brew has been busy. And now I have Carolyn Sprague, Carolyn S, and like %, and it's waiting for me to say something. So I guess I type in Brew.
Yes. And Brandy, you're actually going to do that same step. If you type in brew and hit enter.
Is this a nice Guinness stout or?
That means that, well, it is St. Patty's Day, so it would be appropriate.
I don't drink.
Brandy, you made it through. You got brew installed properly. So now you can continue on to the next steps in the Google Docs where you're going to do a brew space install space node.
Oh, this one doesn't have.
All right, so I can go try and do that too.
Yes. And you should find this one runs a lot quicker. Latanya, why don't you try and run a brew up? Brew.
Wow.
A brew. I want a brew right now. Brew. Hold on. It's either brew upgrade or brew update, and I can never remember which one it is.
Look at this.
Latanya, it's a brew space upgrade.
Upgrade, you said?
Upgrade, yes.
Bless you.
And then after that runs, it's going to spit out a bunch of text again, and then try a brew install node again.
Okay.
Awesome, Brandy. You're making good progress.
It didn't spit out a bunch of stuff. It just did my path again, that base and then the path. Should I try to brew install node?
Perfect. I did it. I got node in.
Yay.
I'm gonna celebrate with some water. Okay.
Yeah.
I really don't drink anymore. There's like 2 bottles of Coors or whatever.
That's so funny.
Okay. Now for get. I'm gonna get.
Shit.
It doesn't take much to make me happy. It's kind of sad. So
I had to mute my screen because I was celebrating in the background.
it don't get out off that often these days, right? Anyway, I mean.
Tanya, you've got me stumped.
Okay, I'll Google it. I'll see if I can, and then I'll just bug you all on Slack all day tomorrow.
I'm getting the vibe that like, Brandy, to double check you've got Node installed, you can do the command node and then space and then dash and then the lowercase letter V and hit enter. And if you get v.15.something back, you've got it installed. I'll copy and paste that command just in case it is easier.
So you don't have to type in anything. I got something about warning node 15 that is already installed and up to date. To reinstall it, run brew reinstall node.
You can skip that. Just run that node space -v. And if you get a version number back, you've got node installed. Latanya, I'm thinking that like something screwed up in the brew install and it didn't install the formula. And so I'm wondering if you need to uninstall brew and reinstall brew.
Okay, and so is that a physical uninstall or am I just like reinstalling? You know what I mean? Like, am I actually taking stuff out?
Yeah, stand by.
Okay.
And
does my computer have anything to do with it? I mean, it's kind of, I've done well, not the most recent one, because during my application process, I had to reset to default twice. So I have not done the recent one because I don't want my computer to go again, but it's version 11.2. Like, does that matter? It's the Mac OS Big Sur version 11.2.
11.2 is up to date.
It is, okay.
So you're good there. If I just DM'd you in the Zoom chat, if you copy that whole thing and run that, that's gonna uninstall Homebrew for you.
Okay.
And then I would start with the thing in the Google Doc and try and reinstall it to see if that shakes something loose in Homebrew.
Okay. Hold on, I copied in my notes by mistake. I'm gonna get out of here.
Carolyn, you were unmuted, but I saw you were rubber ducking. You're still muted. And you're still muted.
Are you sure? Yes, I am.
There you go. Now you're unmuted.
You know, I think there's a reason for that. The gods of computer science want me to shut my mouth, but here's my friend.
I'm a little worried about Corey. He just had enough of it and walked off.
Oh, the corner show. Oh, we better check on him. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna continue because so far, so good.
Good.
Now, when it goes back to this base and then my path, or it doesn't even look like the path, it's just my name. Does that mean it's done uninstalling and I should try? Okay.
And Dana, I'm not kicking you off, but if you have somewhere to be, I'm happy to hold down the fort. You're muted.
I should have known that. I just wanted to wait until the crowd got down to a manageable size, and I think we're there now. So yes, I'm happy to leave.
We're not happy to see you go, but you need to rest. So we
I had to do the crowd management. I'm the hype man.
we're a rowdy bunch.
how the rock star has the hype man. It's like
librarians.
No, you can't get in. No, we only want the cute ones, the hot ones. Yeah. I'm a gatekeeper. But y'all have a good night. Everyone, you did.
You too. You too.
I'm proud of you. Have a good
Thanks
night.
for being awesome.
Did you make it, Corey?
I do have a question after your whatever. You okay?
You have to unmute Corey.
Unmute. Okay.
Yep, I got Get Cracking, and then I just have to go down the list.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
You're doing okay
through
though.
the
Okay.
you're through the worst of it.
Yeah, thanks.
Right.
Yeah, have a
So-
great night.
You too.
Yeah.
Right, Corey, my
Bye.
question is just a matter of logistics. As I go down the list, I should do it item by item. So if I've got Git in there, then I should do the things that I install. And then I shouldn't jump ahead, right? There's like a reason they have to go in.
Not really, as long as the only order that matters is the terminal one. So once you have brew install Git done, the rest of them you can do them in any order. It's just that clone GitHub repo one. You want to make sure that you get both lines of that in one copy. Those aren't two separate commands.
Okay, but they will be like two lines in the same command, right? They won't go up on the same line?
No, they will go up on the same line.
They will
as soon
automatically-
as you copy it and paste it, it will show up in one line. And then just make sure that you've CD'd into your desktop before
Yes.
you run that command.
Yes, I will do that. And that's part of what my issue was from the get-go with this is that the get-go, the command, it included the URL and I wasn't sure how much of that I was supposed to include and it just got kind of,
Yep.
So thank you so much for helping because the little things become big.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So-
And that's why I think so many people struggle with getting into computer science is that
Mhm.
you go down this path and you get stuck on one thing. And
Mhm.
instead of finding someone who can help you get through it or find the right answer, instead you go, oh, well, there's another language I guess I can go learn. I'll go try and learn that one.
Or I'll become a ditch digger or something because.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there are still days that I think I may prefer to be a ditch digger, but
And
you
the-
get through them.
Movie Office Space, right? I'll think of it when I can. I just went out. It's whatever. Well, good night. Good night, LaTanya.
Good night.
You're awesome. We'll see you tomorrow, folks.
Sounds good. See ya.
Thank you.
Latanya, did you make it through on Homebrew?
So I went through and it stopped and it was like, it's installed, you're awesome. So I went ahead and did the next two, the echo and then the source, and then I quit out of terminal.
Yep.
Okay, and then I went back in and then I put the brew install node and I got the same error message. So I uninstalled again from the code that you put in there. Actually, I'm gonna copy and paste that into this document if that's okay.
Don't, only because
Okay.
you're the only one who has had to uninstall, and I
Okay.
don't want people to install it and then uninstall it.
Okay, I'll put it in my little personal notes. So yeah, so I just did another uninstall because I'm like, okay, let me just start at the beginning because I don't know what's going on.
I'm just confused as to why you're getting that.
Me too. I don't know what's the problem.
Can you try, after you get it reinstalled, we're going to try one more thing. Can you try a brew upgrade Git?
Okay. Hold on, let me just multitask here. Okay, so it says installation successful, next steps, right? That sounds fine or
Yep.
no? Like, okay. So what did you say?
Brew upgrade Git.
GIT?
Yep.
There are no available formula or task with the name Git.
Can you run brew doctor?
Brew DOCTOR?
Yep. With a space in between.
Yep, I put a space in there. Okay, so warning, config scripts, and then a whole bunch of stuff, and then that base with my name and computer. Scripts exist outside your system or homebrew directories. Configure scripts often look for asterisk dash config scripts to determine if software packages are installed and which additional flags to use when compiling and linking.
Try brew space update dash reset. Update reset is one word just with a dash in between.
Okay, update dash reset, RESET, right?
Yep.
fetching, resetting, fetching. Resetting, it's just like alternating between those two. Okay, so what's this? So the last one says resetting. It shows the path. Homebrew's in there. Library tabs, homebrew, homebrew core,
Okay.
branch master, and then
So
set up to track remote branch.
okay, so try your brew install node now.
So sorry if I kept it simple and just use one computer, but this is my computer. So I want it on both for when we have to return that one. Yeah, it's back to the same messages. 2 error messages, no similarly named formula found, and no available formula or cask with the name node. It was migrated.
And does brew install git give you the same thing?
Yes. No formula found in taps. Like it actually has about 3 to 4 lines of code. Like there's a bunch of lines of code, error messages, and then it says the last one is error, no formula found in taps.
And we did brew space doctor, right?
Yep. It's in here somewhere. I should probably do it clear. But yeah, it's in there. We tried, I can try it again, but we did do it.
I'm just very confused why it isn't finding that.
Oh. I don't know. I remember, I can't remember what the issues were, but I had a lot of issues when I was doing the prep work. For some reason, the directory, it was just, so it ended up being good that I was locked out as an admin and had to reset the default because I was able just to kind of clean up the directories. But given I've done that twice, I don't see why that should still be an issue with where stuff is. Or is that making no sense at all?
No, it is. I just, there's something happening where, so it's like homebrew is like DNS in that like homebrew has a list of all of these names, and then when you say brew install node, that node is a formula, and the formula is what tells brew all the different things that it needs to install. And so what I'm really confused about is that the like node and git are default formulas that are just built into homebrew.
So it should be, there's no reason why it shouldn't be finding them.
So once brew is installed, like when everyone was wrestling with brew tonight, it was just a matter of getting the terminal to know that brew was there. Yeah. But once you figured out how to get brew installed, everyone just flew through it. And you know, you had that as well on your other computer.
Yeah.
And it's
no,
not,
it wouldn't have said installation is fine and there had been some error that I missed, right? Like I'm looking back and everything looks good.
Well, even you running brew install, the errors that are coming back for no formula found is a brew error, right? So like brew has to be installed in order for you to even get no formula found in taps.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So it's almost like something was like missed or broken along the way.
You know, like I couldn't install brew without the formula if I tried.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm happy to sleep on it. Not that I'm gonna think of having any like brainstorms, like, well, maybe you will have a eureka moment and say, hey, try this. But I know I'm gonna probably try to work on it first thing when I get
Did
up.
we do a brew update? I know we did a brew upgrade. Let's
Yeah,
try a
we-
brew update.
Okay.
And other than that, I agree with you. Yeah, let's sleep on it and see if something.
So now it's being cheeky. It says already up to date.
Yeah, all the advice that I'm getting is like uninstall and reinstall it, or
You think that means restart also? Like maybe it needs more.
the only thing I can think of is like, did the Xcode developer tools didn't get installed, did they, on that computer?
Xcode.
So you're gonna want to run I just sent it to you in Zoom.
Yeah, I think that's my first time seeing this tonight.
It's supposed to automatically do that. But I'm wondering if that's a skip that Brew is somehow skipping.
Okay, let me just grab it. Xcode select error. Command line tools are already installed. Use software update to install updates. That's good. At least they're in there.
Did we ran the echo export pass after your most recent install?
I can't remember. I've been in and out so many times.
We're gonna try that one and then
Okay.
that one.
Okay. So that's the first one. That's the second one. Okay, we're looking good. It's just returning a blank line. So now I quit out.
Yep.
Terminal or okay. Okay, and I'll do the brew install node or
Yep.
try something else. Okay. Similarly named formula, no similarly named formula found. No available formula or cask with the name node. It was migrated from homebrew/cask to homebrew/core.
I'm stumped.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't.
All right, one more. I promise this is it.
I'm in no rush.
We're basically forcing Homebrew to go get all the taps and install them.
Okay, so I just need this link, right? I don't need the
No, the whole, you're gonna
I need the
copy and
whole
paste
thing.
that whole thing
Oh, is
into
this
the
code?
terminal.
Oh, hold on. I clicked it. Let me see. Tap homebrew/core remote mismatch, and then it has GitHub. It has like the link.
Yep.
And then an exclamation equals, and then another GitHub link, and then back to the base with my name.
Okay.
Is that good?
Let's try. Let's try that.
What are we removing? A folder?
Yes.
Taps folder. Okay, my new line. I'm assuming it did something behind the scenes.
Okay, and then brew update.
Update. Already up to date.
Okay, and then a brew doctor.
Brew secure. Okay, it's doing a bunch of stuff. Warning, that same config warning thing. Tapping, homebrew / core, cloning.
That's
receiving.
promising.
Yay.
If it's cloning the tap, that remember what I said, developers think they're clever with puns. They go brew and then
Yeah.
they go tap and then they do formulas and then it's like, oh, stop being clever.
I actually think the people who design, like the words and stuff they use, I mean, for them to have done that so long ago was very forward thinking, I think.
Yes. Okay, so now try your brew install node if brew doctor is done.
Okay, wait, it's only at 55%.
Okay, that I'll be patient.
I know you want to go to sleep. I'm sorry.
No, I want my whiskey and then I want to go to sleep.
Oh.
When we started cohort 1, one of the developers was actually under 21 and it was, or one of the instructors was under 21. All the students were above age and it was just like, oh yeah, we should probably watch the drinking references.
That's funny. I didn't start drinking until much later in life because, you know, life's hard, but
probably much healthier too. I mean, you look
my
at
doctor
Europe
said it.
and
Yeah.
the drinking age is 16 over there and people learn to drink responsibly with their family. And then by the time they get to college, it's not like, you know, party city.
Right. So receiving objects is at 100%, but the resolving deltas is at about 30%.
Okay.
Does that sound right? Resolving deltas? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, those are all, it is downloading a lot of information from Git, from GitHub right now. So basically whatever we did, we cleared out the missing formulas and now Brew Doctor is actually downloading all of the ones that it was missing.
Okay, awesome.
I hope.
Oh. We're up to about 45% now. Let me actually turn this other one. Yeah, I have to let Karen know. I figured out my, she was going to show me how to customize my bookmarks and I was able to figure it out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but unfortunately they still don't let you, you know, arrange and customize your articles. And I'm like notorious, like I have a ton of articles, but they at least let you search them. So I guess that's good.
Do you know, are you using Chrome or Safari?
Yeah, so now I'm using Chrome, which is something of a learning curve. But I always go to my, so for class, I said from now I'm just going to use Chrome.
Yep.
On both the devices, but in general, I do all my stuff through Safari and then I import over.
Gotcha. Yeah, if you go to, I'm sure you already know this, but if you're in Chrome and you go to bookmarks up at the top and drop down to bookmarks manager, that's how you can rearrange everything and put things in folders and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, wait. So are you saying I can organize articles in Chrome? Because you can't in Safari.
As long as the articles are bookmarks, then yes, you can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're not. I just pop them over into my reading list.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We're at 90%.
Getting there.
Yep.
I'm guessing what happened is it tried to do this when you were installing it and the internet crapped out or something glitched there.
That makes sense.
And that's why it didn't, you know, and it's outputting so much text that it would be easy to see that it did an error out there.
Yeah. So I regularly get your internet is unstable. You have an unstable connect, so that makes a lot of sense. I actually was wondering, I was gonna maybe try to use part of that stipend to get better internet for the duration of this course, but
You can do that, or if getting to Common Space is a good option. They have decent internet down there if you want to
They
work
do.
out of the co-working space.
how's parking down there? If they're on that street, do you have to go into the garage? Or I mean, I guess if you're after hours, you don't have to worry about it, but isn't that like 6 o'clock at night?
It's 6 o'clock at night on the signs, but I believe the person, what's the politically correct term? The custodial staff?
Oh, okay.
She is also a parking attendant for the city. And so she has said, like, signs say 6, we all finish at 5, but then one person like once a month has to stay until 5:30 just so and so she has said that I'm and now this may have changed. This was 2 or 3 years ago, but she was like, oh yeah, after 5:30 you're completely safe, like you'll never get a ticket. And parking really opens up down there at like 5:15. All of a sudden it's like city is empty and you can park anywhere.
Okay. So we're good here. It says resolving deltas is everything's 100%, updating files is 100%, tapped, excuse me, 2 commands and 5526 formula.
Okay. So let's brew install node. And you're going to determine whether this is a celebratory whiskey or a disappointment whiskey.
It's always celebratory. It says downloading. I think it's working because it didn't say error. Yeah, so in several lines, installing dependencies, no depend. Yeah, I think we're good.
All right.
You can have a drink for me because I'm kind of, my cupboards are bare, so you can have it.
All right. Well, congrats.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. See you tomorrow.
Yep. Bye.